I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
After the shooting, investigators found 6 more live rounds on the set when there should have been none. The prosecution also has evidence from text messages suggesting Gutierrez-Reed used cocaine, alcohol, and cannabis the night before the incident. She allegedly texted one crew member, "I might go smoke in the jacuzzi soon." Another text message read, "Headed down to get high out back." But prosecutors may have difficulty proving impairment without a drug screening.
They're going to say that this was someone who had been under the influence of drugs. The only way to prove that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was impaired by use of drugs would have been to have done a drug test.
Alec Baldwin, who has been...
And of course they didn't. So there's a bit of a problem there. Hello, everyone. We're a little bit early. Court looks like it's about to start. Let's just see where we are. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to a sidebar. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nick. I'll be your host. I've written over 100 books, and I've also covered the territory that is sort of somewhere between immorality and criminality. I wrote a couple of books on the 96 Everest. So sometimes in that twilight zone almost, where criminal liability is a little bit fuzzy. And I always find that an interesting terrain. So after yesterday, I thought it was a very interesting court day. The pace is very quick. The arguments were very solid from both sides. Let's see what's going to happen today. Who's here? Lynn Lippy, good to see you. The Aristocat, Sharon Drury, good to see all of you. And so on screen is the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. She's looking slightly different today, actually slightly almost better dressed. Looks like she's wearing a jacket with pinstripes, and looks like she's got something in her hair. We'll see how she appears in court today, different to how she appeared yesterday. Is she going to be taking notes? Is she going to show more emotion? Is she going to show less emotion? Should be quite interesting. OMG, your head's gone. Good to see you. That's good to hear, because not too many people have been following my coverage of the Long Island serial killer. It's a little disheartening, but there you have it. Toxicology is also obviously an issue in the Madeleine McCann case. Were the children in that case sedated? And toxicology was done, but it was done very late in the game. So I wonder how much longer we're going to wait for the jury. While we're waiting, I think I'm going to play you guys one or two clips here.
Are they okay?
Hey, Santa Fe, we need more units out here.
Huh?
I haven't been inside, I don't know.
God, oh my God.
Have you already notified police?
So some of this footage was played yesterday, but it sort of terminated at this point. You didn't really see Hannah in the vehicle. Sorry, it's not actually this one. Let me find the right one. It terminated sort of at the vehicle, and so I'd be very interested. I'd be very interested to hear whether they're going to play this.
Okay, what is your full name?
Hannah. H-A-N-N-A-H.
And the whole thing that I think is interesting here is, can you use this as evidence? Is this evidence of someone who is intoxicated? And so just think about it. Imagine you are being, not sure if she's being charged right here, but basically they are getting her details. Would you have the same sort of laid back, dreamy approach? She's got her head back. At another point, she has her arm back as well. She's sort of sighing and looking in front of her. Someone actually mentioned her being lackadaisical in terms of, at one point, she seems to be scrolling on her phone while the officer's sort of talking to her, like, oh, are you a police officer? Okay, well, while you talk to me, I think I'll just go through my phone, right? And then it sort of asks you to examine this idea of professionality. Is this person professional? But also, in what state of mind was Hannah that day? Had she had enough sleep? But most importantly, was she compromised in some way? And of course, if you can't prove it, then what? What are you going to do if you can't prove it? Part of the evidence tampering is kind of hearsay, because we don't actually have that evidence. So there you have a witness, but the witness disposed of the evidence.
Gutierrez.
How do you spell your last name?
G-U-T-I-E-R-R-E-Z.
What was that again?
G-U-T-I-E-R-R-E-Z.
What's your place of employment?
So there you can actually see she's on her phone, but what's quite interesting is the officer asks her, what's your place of employment? And instead of giving a proper answer, like Rust Productions LLC, she says, here. What's your place of employment? Here.
Here.
Here? What's the name of the...
Rust.
Is it like a video production, or...
Yeah, it's Rust Productions LLC.
Yeah.
So this guy behind has got to sort of provide the right answer there. It looks like court is something happening. Let's go back to that. But I do wonder when we're going to hear that particular, see and hear that particular clip, and what the prosecutors are going to say about it.
Yes, George.
Oh, I thought something was happening. So FYI, the prosecutors are Jason Lewis and Carrie, what's Carrie's surname? Can anyone help me? Carrie. Carrie Morrissey, and they're both special prosecutors. Now, what's quite interesting in this article, and it comes from June 2023, summer of last year, was in this article they were referring to this possibility of drug use and being intoxicated, right? And at that time, the witness wanted to remain anonymous. says here, the special prosecutors are seeking an order that would keep the witness's identity a secret. According to the motion, the witness fears being blacklisted from the film industry for coming forward. And that is kind of the subtext to this whole, can you guys see that? I'll put a link in any event in the description, I'll put it in the description as well. Looks like we're getting going. But I've got an idea that person who wanted to be kept secret, they failed in that motion, and that person is Sarah Zachary. Chelsea, good to see you. BRMC, good to see you guys as well. It does seem like that, but does that qualify as evidence?
George is getting them. Okay. All right. You may be seated. Let's wait. We need the headphones.
I suppose one could also say, if you
Can
have
you get your witness back on this? There you are.
Sure.
this appearance of wooziness and a witness saying something and text saying something, does that reach the standard to say, okay, beyond reasonable doubt? I mean, that's not what's being tested yet, whether she handed over evidence. But is that a credible reason why she may have made mistakes on set, may have not been professional on set? Come, boy, come. Come, boy. Come, boy. Timmy's giving me his please take me for a walk face. Unfortunately for him, this case, the trial starts when the sun's going down, which is when I always take him for a walk. So Timmy's unfortunately a bit of a loser in this. Shame, Timmy. Huh? Maybe I'll take him for a walk in a little, when we have a court break. When we have an adjournment. Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Popple. Good morning.
All right. You're still under oath.
Yes. Yesterday, we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was located, I think, in the prop truck. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Oh, you speak into the mic.
sorry. Yesterday, we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was located in the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So let's go ahead and continue there. I am showing you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 44A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this a photo of?
This is a close-up of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. What are these over here on the right?
Those are spent blank rounds.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
This,
Oh, I'm sorry. This one is 44B. I apologize. Yeah.
this is an overall view of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
Okay. And so were there things underneath these boxes?
Yes.
And what was underneath the boxes?
I believe there were additional rounds underneath those boxes.
Okay. And do you know what we're looking at here on the side?
This is the outside pocket of that Mary Kay bag.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 45. Maybe I need another cup of coffee. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what's that?
This is the inside of that bag once those ammunition boxes were removed, where you can see loose rounds.
Do you think loose rounds should be lying around? Do you think with loose rounds lying around, the chances of getting rounds, getting the wrong rounds mixed up with other rounds is heightened? Do you think rounds should all be the same rounds, all in the same boxes? Or do you think they should just, it's okay to sort of leave rounds like this lying around? And, it speaks to the level of organization and care of the armorer, doesn't it?
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit, excuse me, 47. What are we looking at here?
This is the middle portion of that bag.
Okay. And do you recognize State's Exhibit 48?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a box of ammunition marked as dummy rounds 45 LC that was removed from that Mary Kay bag.
And State's Exhibit 48A, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what are these?
This is the foam insert containing dummy rounds that was removed from that box.
And how many rounds altogether, if you recall, were in there?
17.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 49, do you recognize that?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And what's the round that you have there by itself up at the top?
That round that's moved sideways posted a concern at first because it was not making any noise with ball bearings inside like the rest of the rounds were.
Is this the same Dentix round that we admitted into evidence yesterday?
It is not.
It is not. Okay. This is just a round that was in that box that didn't shake.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do anything with that round?
We sent that round to the FBI because it was of concern, and their determination was that the ball bearings were stuck inside of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was the reason it wouldn't rattle?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
This is an ammunition box of marked as 3840 dummies that was removed from the prop truck.
And are all of the rounds in that styrofoam insert 3840 dummies?
No.
What other calibers in there?
Some of them are 4440s.
All right.
So that's also important to stress is even in the collections of rounds, you've got rounds mixed up. And the issue with that is Hannah basically said something along the lines of, how could this have happened? Well, maybe a live round got mixed up. Well, if you're mixing up dummy rounds, then that heightens the possibility of a live round being part of that mixing up process, right?
Any 45 Colt rounds in there?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. State's Exhibit 51. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of those same rounds.
Okay, and we can kind of see the head stamp there. Can you see that?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 52. What's this?
These are those same rounds laid out.
And the rounds over on the right-hand side, what are those?
The rounds that are over on that side that are laid sideways, those are the 3840 rounds.
These are the 3840s?
I apologize. Let me refer to my report.
Sure.
No, I'm sorry. Those are the 4440s.
And the chrome and shiny brass that we're looking at here on the left, what caliber are those?
Those are the 3840s.
Okay, great. In terms of the 4440s here on the right, do all of the 4440s that you have, dummy rounds that you have in evidence, do they all have that same projectile that we can see here?
Yes.
And is that projectile dissimilar than the projectile of the live rounds?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 53. What's this?
These are the rounds that were provided to Detective Hancock from Hannah Gutierrez during her interview.
Okay. And were they all dummy rounds?
Yes.
And the 5 on the left, do they shake?
No.
The one on the right, does it rattle?
Yes.
Rattle rather than shake, I apologize. State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at here?
This is the close-up of the projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is the only projectile that was that was taken into evidence presumably from the injuries of the victims.
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 55. What's this?
This was a bag of spent casings that was located inside the Mary Kay bag.
And State's Exhibit 56.
These are those same casings laid out.
And I see that you have some separated up here on the top left. Do you see those?
Yes.
I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 57. What's this?
This is a close-up of those same rounds.
The casings?
Casings, yes.
All 4 of these spent casings, are they all 45 long Colt or
Yeah.
45 Colt?
Yes.
And are they all Starline brass casings?
Yes.
It would appear that they all have silver primers.
Yes.
Are these casings basically identical to the casing that was taken from the scene and sent to the FBI?
Yeah, right. I'm going to object on the leading, and it can be rephrased so it's not leading.
Sure. Did you find any spent casings on the prop cart?
Yes.
How many?
1.
And can you tell us what that one looks like as compared to what we're looking at here in States 57?
Yes. The casing that was located on the cart is a silver primer and states 45 Colt with the Starline brass logo.
All right, thank you. States Exhibit 58. Do you know what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a shirt collected from the scene that was marked as item 18.
Do you know which of the victims this belonged to?
I believe this was Joel Souza's shirt.
Okay. States Exhibit 59. Do you recognize that?
This was that same shirt, just from the opposite of view.
And let me stop you there. I'm going to go back to States Exhibit 58, and I'm going to blow it up here. Do you see here where it says marker 18?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
What that correlates with is what I marked it with our crime scene evidence. Evidence markers on scene. So it was marked on scene with a yellow marker that stated as 18.
What writing do you have here?
I have it as from Med 60.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. I think you indicated that this was the same shirt that was in 59, is it? Or I'm sorry, 58.
It is not. I apologize.
Okay, so let's move to State's Exhibit 60. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the shirt collected from Med 60, which was the ambulance, from a viewpoint of it laid completely out.
And who was wearing this shirt on the day of the incident?
I believe this shirt belonged to Helena Hutchins.
All right, thank you. And these have already been admitted into evidence, but State's Exhibit 61, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take this photo?
Yes.
And can you tell us where you took the photo and why?
This is the inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, where the 2 boxes of ammunition that were handed to him were secured.
State's Exhibit 62, what's that?
This is a close-up on those ammunition boxes.
And in State's Exhibit 62, can you clearly see that label?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the label says?
45 Long Colt Dummies, JS.
And when you say JS, you're referring to those small letters in the center?
Yes.
All right. And State's Exhibit 63, what's this?
This is that same box.
So, sorry, I was muted a moment ago. You know, if you think about it, the armorer's role is similar in a way to, well, one aspect of it is similar in a role to a receptionist in terms of you need to keep a file, you need to keep a good administrative system of where are certain documents, keep the right documents in the same file, and you know, separate certain information into the right categories, right? And of course, if a secretary makes a mistake, no big deal. But if an armorer makes a mistake, a life could be on the line. And so much more so is the organization, the what do you call it? The filing system, if you will, the method that is used to, the system that is used to keep certain cartridges together and right certain rounds together, because the alternative is if you make a mistake, it could cost someone their life. And you may be aware of that. You may be aware of the consequences. I may be, but a 24-year-old who is sort of walking on air among movie stars, kind of having the time of her life, is she really aware that if I make a mistake, because the priority here is rush, you know, get it done. I don't know if she's really thinking, you know, if I'm not very organized yet, just that alone could have serious consequences.
Only, where was this photo taken?
This was
Yeah, well
in
said.
my office, in my processing room.
Okay. State's Exhibit 64.
This is the inside of that box.
And this round here, we may have already discussed it. Was this round sent to the FBI?
Yes.
Was it determined to be a live round?
Yes.
So, if you ask the question again, when we're going to do that again and again, how did a live round make its way onto the set? Well, one way is by mixing rounds that are not the same. So, in other words, different calibers, dummy rounds with blanks or whatever it is, different size rounds. That's one way to allow something that is not the same as something else to be packaged to be mixed with that other thing. Zoe said, the stakes are very high if there's an error. It's a little bit like an air traffic controller. If you make a mistake, people can literally die. So it really is a job with unusual levels of responsibility. And so you do need someone who is a professional, who is reliable, who is, thinks systematically, has a system, on your crew. You do need someone like that.
State's Exhibit 65. What's this?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And if you know, and if you need me to bounce back to the previous photo, I'm happy to. From looking at this, do you know which of these is that live round?
The live round in this case would be next to all of the rounds that have the hole drilled through the side.
Here?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. I want to make sure. Let me ask you this. When you took the rounds out of the styrofoam insert and you lined them up, did you line them up in the same order that they were in the styrofoam insert?
No.
Okay. Why did you put these 5 at the bottom by themselves?
Because they were a different type of round.
Okay. And so
if you look at these rounds, this is the live round here. How does this live round, just in terms of its appearance, seem a little bit different to all the others? And I know it's not very scientific, but if you think about it, this one seems to have the least marks on it. Look at all of these sort of marks and discolorations, stains, and whatnot. And there is the odd round like that one that's fairly stain-free. There's another one that's fairly stain-free. But this certainly does look like, for all intents and purposes, a new round or a clean round. I don't know if it's the light, but this part of it is also seems to be darker than any of the others. So it is slightly different in appearance. Certainly, these seem to be very old rounds, don't they? Especially that one, and that one, and perhaps that one.
how are these 5 over here on the left different than the rest of the rounds from the box?
So they have the hole drilled through the side.
All 5 of them?
Those 4, and then the one on the end would be the live round.
Okay. This one.
So someone did mention, and I might be jumping the gun here in terms of what the prosecution want to get to, but someone mentioned sabotage. Could that be Hannah's defense? I don't think it is going to be, although it was, I think, an option, an alternative early on. What they actually found was they found rounds like these. Can you see it's got a hole in it? And someone had actually placed, I guess, gunpowder inside the round and then sealed this. In other words, someone had retrofitted dummy rounds back into live rounds. They found bullets like that, and your immediate thought is, oh, could this be sabotage? But another thought could be, what if you are a gun enthusiast and you've got access to thousands of dummy rounds, but you're someone who likes firing rounds, but it costs money. Well, it could be someone who would do that, turn dummy rounds into live rounds in order to enjoy the recreational use of it at a low cost. And then the question is, who did that? Who could have done that?
One right here.
Yes.
Liesl, good to see you.
Thank you. States Exhibit 70. Well, let me stop for a second. I think you testified yesterday that you participated in a search warrant at PDQ Props. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you collect any live ammunition from PDQ Props?
Yes.
Okay. And let's turn to States Exhibit 70. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a box of ammunition that was recovered from PDQ Props.
A box of ammunition?
Yes.
Was it live or dummy or blank?
Only live ammunition was collected from PDQ Props.
Okay. When you were there, were there other types of ammunition there also?
Yes.
Okay. States Exhibit 71. What are we looking at here?
This is the live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ Props.
And this live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ Props, is it visibly different than the live rounds that were found on the movie set?
Yes.
And how is it visibly different?
At the bottom.
So there were different types of live ammunition collected from PDQ, including different stamps on that ammunition.
And let me ask you this, the projectile shape, is the projectile shape different in these than in the rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
States Exhibit 72, what are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up of some of that live ammunition.
And can you tell us what color primers the live ammunition from PDQ Props has?
This ammunition that we're looking at now had brass.
Okay. And that's, is that different than the live rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
Did you bring another piece of physical evidence with you at my request?
Yes, I did.
If you can help me.
Liesl, sorry to hear you haven't had much sleep. We'll see how many hours we can get through today. I don't think it's going to be 7, but we'll see how it goes. If we can take long enough breaks, then I think we'll be okay. I must say, I've already seen some images from the PDQ prop and arms, the inside of that place, and that place was incredibly untidy. And the prop truck also incredibly untidy. And of course, untidiness is next to negligence. I'm not saying it is negligence, but it's very close to it. If the untidiness is extreme, if there's just clutter everywhere, then it probably is negligence. And in a situation like this, you'd expect a high degree of precision and organization and neatness, not a low degree. This is a very low degree of all of those things. You probably want to get a armorer as your expert witness to say how organized they are,
Going to
how they know exactly where everything is.
mark this item as State's Exhibit 91.
That is such a
Ms.
good
Popple, do you
point.
recall,
It's also the culture. Is the culture
yesterday
organized?
we discussed State's Exhibit 79.
Yes.
And remind us what State's Exhibit 79 is.
This was a live round that was deconstructed by the FBI.
And where did this live round come from?
If I can see the label on it, apologize. So this live round originated from the box that was handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, and that's the box that just has the one live round in it that we looked at the photo of?
Yes, with the silver primer.
Oh, I'm not connected anymore. Okay, and that would have been State's Exhibit 64 for the record is what we're referring to.
Yes.
And what you brought me today, State's Exhibit 91. Let me try to get it out of the. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This was.
Let me back it up for just a second so we can see more.
So what I find very interesting but troubling about the Rust case is where we are right now. You could almost say, why is it even necessary to have a trial? You know, there's an accident, etc. Well, a woman lost her life, and I don't think she lost her life randomly or by freak accident. But that raises a very disturbing question, and that is the people responsible for what went wrong and the fact that someone lost their life. Have they told the truth? Have they been honest? And not only that, other people they worked with, have they, in a sense, colluded and in a sense conspired to tell the same story? Why? Because we all work in the same industry. We all want to keep our jobs. We all want to finish the movie. Okay, but a woman did die. Can you just tell the truth about what happened there? And so on the Rust set, it feels like at times there are two camps. There's one camp that says one thing and there's another camp that says another thing. And that definitely makes it kind of quite worrying, doesn't it?
Okay.
This was a round collected from PDQ that was then sent to the FBI, and the FBI deconstructed it.
Okay. Well, what was the purpose behind sending the live rounds from the set and the live rounds from PDQ to the FBI?
They did an analysis of the gunpowder components in both rounds.
Okay, great. So what we just saw in State's Exhibit 79, this is similar. Do you agree? It has a casing and a projectile and a container of gunpowder.
Yes.
Can you see the gunpowder that I've zoomed in on there?
Yes.
And does that look to be the same just visibly from just looking at it? Does that?
I'm not object to that.
I'm not quite sure what the way you're she's phrasing it.
Yes, it just, I guess, it's okay. Sometimes it sounds leading to me, but it's okay. We just go for it.
All right, thank you.
Is this different than the other exhibit, the gunpowder?
Yes.
Okay, it looks different, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Give me just one moment to review my notes. And just for completeness, do you also have a large amount of blank rounds in evidence?
Yes.
How many blank rounds do you think you have in evidence?
I would say probably close to 1,000.
And approximately how many gun belts do you have in evidence?
I believe 3.
And approximately how many guns do you have in evidence?
Around 15 or 16.
And those are real functioning firearms?
Yes.
I must say I've seen this come up quite a few times, and the answer is there shouldn't be any live rounds on set. So when you have a movie set, the rule is there may not be any live rounds on that set. So that's the short answer to that. Why are live rounds sometimes needed? Well, sometimes to help actors figure out what a real firearm feels like, looks like, the amount of the recoil, all that kind of thing. But I mean, it's already a serious rule violation if there's a single live round found on the set, let alone 6 or 8 or whatever the amount was. Yvonne, we look forward to seeing you a little bit later.
Bear with me.
I think Pauline does have a point there. You know, was there a little bit of a sense of this is we're in the middle of nowhere. Is anyone really looking? Do the rules apply to us, etc.?
Thank you. Cross-exam?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, now cross-examination. Did you see Hannah gave a little bit of a yawn there? I wonder if how she slept last night.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, I want to talk to you first about your training and your job and what you've been trained on as a crime scene technician. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your training?
Yes, I have my bachelor's degree in forensics. I've had over 1,000 additional hours of in-classroom training over various different forensic areas such as blood.
So if you remember yesterday, what are we likely to see here? So remember how the officers were criticized for being unprofessional, criticized for not separating witnesses, right? And it's a weird game, this. Who is on trial here? Hannah for being unprofessional or the police for being unprofessional? Well, the more you can make the case that the police were unprofessional, I guess the less bad it looks that the only person in the story to blame for making mistakes, well, a mistake that cost someone her life is Hannah. Basically that, everyone is making mistakes. But what do you think is going to be the strategy with the CSI expert? To basically undermine her evidence, to undermine her expertise, to undermine her as an expert, right?
Pattern analysis, latent print analysis.
Alf says, was there already a civil case? No, there are a couple of lawsuits that are pending. there was a health and safety investigation in which a rust production was fined the maximum amount. So I hope that answers your question.
Crime scene reconstruction, those kinds of areas.
Okay, and has that included firearm and ammunition training and determining the difference between types of ammunition?
Not that specific, no.
Okay, so what is the scope of your training you've had on determining different types of ammunition?
I mean, are you specifically referring to
Calibers, 4440, 38, 45, you've been trained on recognizing the differences?
that? I have, yes.
Okay, and how about recognizing the differences between dummy rounds, blanks, and live rounds?
I have not been to that type of training, no.
Okay, so your testimony earlier when you were talking about the dummy rounds and the various measurements and that, you have not been trained in that area?
No.
Okay. Now, part of your training in terms of verifying that a round is either a dummy or a live round is...
So let me ask you a question. Do you need to be an expert, you and me, to sort of say, okay, well, this pen is kind of different to that pen? And I know it seems like a simplistic argument, but let me use a pen that's more similar looking. These are both blue pens. Do you need to be a pen expert to say that the one looks different to the other? And there are a couple of ways that pens can be different. Color, length, right? But in terms of these rounds, it's really a matter of, are the same types of rounds placed with each other, right? Are the same types of rounds placed with each other? And I don't think you can say, well, because you're not an expert or you didn't get training in that, that means that rounds weren't mixed with each other. Rounds were mixed with each other. Do you see what I'm getting at? Whatever her expertise is, it doesn't change the fact that there were rounds that were different to one another that were in the same boxes and lying around. It just doesn't change that fact.
You need to send that to the FBI lab for confirmation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because some of the dummy rounds appear like live rounds. They look like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
In fact, the round that came out of the box we saw earlier that did not shake, you sent that off to...
So that's also a little bit of a funny argument. It's like, well, if the live rounds look like dummy rounds, well, that's the point of the whole thing. The point of having these dummy rounds is so that they look like a live round in a weapon. That's the whole point of it. And that's why you need an armorer who knows about those, let's call it subtleties, but also knows about handling firearms. So someone asked me, how would you, if I was the defense, what would my strategy be? I'm just trying to see, here it is, this question. I guess my strategy would be to basically blame Alec Baldwin, just basically say, I was hired, I was in over my head, I was doing my best, I was very afraid, I was intimidated, I was just doing as I was told. It was a very chaotic set, and I was very scared, and I did try to do my job, but I got into trouble because I was always late, and basically that kind of thing. And I think there's a certain amount of merit in that argument.
To the FBI lab because you wanted to confirm what that was, correct?
Yes.
And part of the thing the FBI does is they take apart the round and they determine if it has powder in it. Is that right?
Yes.
And when they do that, that tells them basically if it's a live round or a dummy. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So would you also agree in your training that you've never been taught that you can eyeball a dummy and determine if it's a dummy or a live, or eyeball a round and determine if it's a dummy or live?
No, I've not been trained in that area.
Okay. And you would also agree with me that you can't look at a picture of a round and determine necessarily if it's a dummy or a live?
I would disagree with that.
And why would you disagree?
The rounds that have holes drilled into the side of them or the primers removed appear to visibly be dummy rounds.
And those do. Now, how about the rounds that don't shake, don't have a hole in them, and you're looking at that? You can't tell just by looking at it that's live or dummy, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you sent that one off to the lab again, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what's been marked as defense I. Now, show counsel.
So this might be the round that's got the hole filled in. That's what I'm predicting. Let's see if it is.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Did you take this photo?
Does the lady sitting next to Hannah, would you say that she looks slightly less noticeable than she did yesterday? I agree with that. Certainly true. Local hero cycling. Okay. Plinking that's a good question. Plinking is basically shooting at beer cans, and so it makes that sort of sound. Does that answer your question?
Okay, ma'am, I am gonna approach and see if you recognize this photo.
So can mods and other folk do me a favor? This question keeps coming up. Would you please just pass on my answer to folks who asked this question? So first of all, there shouldn't be a single live round on set, but the other reason is offset, you might want to show an actor how to what a real gun with real ammunition, how it recoils. That's really the thing. But if somebody else asked the question, would you please help them out? Because it's I don't want to stop every time to address this.
That we've just been talking about. I'm not going to introduce it, go master machine.
Sure.
And this is defense I. If you could take a look at that. Ma'am, do you recognize that photo?
I do not.
Okay. And so you didn't take that photo?
No.
Okay. What is in that? I know we're not going to move to introduce it, but what is in this picture?
It appeared.
Hang on, I'm going to object. She's never seen the picture before. She didn't take the picture. I don't think she can answer that question without it being completely speculative.
And I'm just asking her to identify it. What is it? Not to go into detail, but what is it? Just for the record, it's a picture.
Like,
I'm just asking for.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowles. Since you're cross, can't you just lead her in that question? And then,
I can.
we don't get
Sure.
out in
I
the
just
weeds?
wanted her to say it. Yeah, that's fine. This is a picture with rounds in it in a box.
Yes.
Okay. And if I could have that back.
It's quite interesting. The prosecutor saying, can you please just ask her leading questions? Often you ask, please don't do that.
Okay, ma'am. So in terms of recognizing live versus dummy rounds, you would also agree with me that you have not been trained on the shininess of rounds and how that you can't tell a dummy or live from their shininess, right?
Correct.
Okay. And yesterday there was some talk about patine or a patina on some of the rounds. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And actually what that is just oxidation on the round case, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, when a round sits around for long enough, oxygen interacts with the metal and it's just going to turn a little color, correct?
Yes.
And because oxygen does that to the outside of the round, you don't know whether it doesn't matter whether there's a patina as to whether it's live or a dummy, correct?
Correct.
Because they have the same cases.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the FBI, there were several things that were sent to the FBI. You testified yesterday for testing, correct?
Yes.
And there was DNA testing requested on the revolver that was used by Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that that was submitted?
Yes.
Now, yesterday you talked about somebody told you at the FBI that the live rounds could not be tested for DNA. You remember that?
Yes.
Who did you?
Just FYI, patina is a kind of rust that's actual rust that appears on the I think some of the rounds, and so that can also, that amount of discoloration can be an indication that these rounds are of a similar age, right, compared to other rounds. Do I have that right? Do I have that right, Verdant machine? And I'm assuming that kind of discoloration appears more on the I don't know if it's the right word to say, but the sort of shaft, the cylindrical part of the round. Okay, thanks for that.
Who did you talk to specifically?
I don't recall who I specifically spoke to at the lab.
Okay. Did you make that call?
To not send them?
No, did you make the call to the FBI personally?
Yes, I did, along with their representative for our area, who was Agent Cortez.
Cortez. Okay. Now, were you aware that we had requested those rounds, fingerprints and DNA be taken from them?
That you requested it?
Yes.
No.
Okay. You were never told that?
No.
Okay. And you're also aware that those live rounds were never tested for their fingerprints?
I was not aware of that. It was my understanding that they were tested for fingerprints.
Well, then you're not aware that I asked Detective Hancock to do that and it wasn't done? You're not aware of that?
Objection to the former question. He's asking for a speculate.
Well,
How does she know what he says to Detective Hancock?
He's not asking her to speculate, but she's answering your question about whether you are aware. I don't know if this I think you can follow up about why, what's the purpose.
So I don't know if you remember yesterday they said you can't or they won't do DNA tests on rounds. I thought it was really for safety issues, but it's also just because you're likely to not really get a result. And now the question was fingerprint testing done? And of course, fingerprint testing is fingerprints is quite interesting here in the sense of that would to some extent be very specific evidence of Hannah specifically handling around as opposed to anybody else. But is that really a necessary hurdle when she's the armorer? She's the person who's supposed to handle it.
Of asking this witness about those things.
Good question.
Yes. And yesterday you testified that these live rounds had been sent for fingerprints.
That was my understanding.
But that you didn't talk to Detective Hancock to see that she didn't do
that? It's my understanding that it got done.
Where's the report on that?
The FBI report on that?
Yes.
I would assume that the FBI would have it.
Okay. And are you familiar with that report in Mr. Ziegler's report?
I am not.
Okay. So you haven't read that recently?
Not recently, no.
Okay. So you don't have firsthand knowledge that those live rounds were tested for fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
So you're just going on an assumption. That's what you understood.
The information that I had from the lab.
All right, just wait. All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry to interrupt. He's setting things. Okay.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, sorry, Your Honor. Okay, so again, that was just.
So remember the charge of tampering is to do with getting rid of cocaine evidence, not getting rid of rounds, right? The tampering charge is to do with Hannah handing over a bag of cocaine supposedly to somebody else. That's what that's about. Obviously, I know what you're saying, and I think that is possibly going to feature into the defense. How can you prove beyond reasonable doubt that someone else didn't carelessly or mischievously or purposefully try to sabotage the set? I think it's a silly argument, but it's a potential defense argument.
Just what you thought, but it wasn't. Anyway, we'll get into that with Detective Hancock. Okay. With regard to your role as a crime scene technician, you also took a series of photos at different scenes, correct?
Yes.
And that included the church?
Yes.
And that included the prop truck?
Yes.
And that included Seth Kinney's business PDQ, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the prop truck, do you recall when that search warrant occurred?
So part of the defense is also Seth Kenny, that what was done there was that professional, because there were also some live rounds at PDQ proper norm, and I'm a little bit unclear about this aspect. I'm not sure whether a prop supplier to film sets is allowed to keep live rounds. I'm not aware of what the rules say about that, but certainly on a movie set, the rule is absolute, no live rounds.
For the prop truck,
Yes.
took place on October 27th.
Okay. And when did the search of Seth Kinney's PDQ business take place?
November 30th.
And then the incident on set, the shooting on set, that occurred October 21st, correct?
Yeah, so if you think about that, that is a long period of time. More than a month later, they actually search Seth Kenny's premises. To me, that is very slow.
Yes.
Okay. So October 21st, the prop truck is searched 6 days later. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Seth Kinney's place is not searched for over a month, correct?
Yes.
So during that month period, you have no idea whether Mr. Kinney disposed of rounds or got rid of rounds. You have no idea whether that happened.
No.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Kinney had received rounds from the set of Yellowstone 1883?
Yes.
Because one of those things inside his shop said live 1883, correct?
Yes.
Now, that, as I understand, that was empty at the time of the search warrant, correct?
No.
That canister was not empty?
The box marked live ammo 1883 is the only area we found live rounds.
Okay. Did he not have any other live rounds in that shop?
I don't believe so, no.
Because there were, and we'll show pictures in a little bit, but there were tons of ammunition boxes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So did you search all of those boxes? Did you look into all those boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Every one of them?
I can't be certain.
Okay. Because there's a lot of them. You remember
Yes.
that? Yeah. Did you, in fact, just take Seth Kinney's word on what was live and what was not?
No, I know that boxes were dug through and it was a time-consuming process.
Now, you didn't seize all of the rounds from that 1883 can, did you?
I collected the live rounds that were in the box marked 1883 that were 45 Colt.
Where did you get all?
So just to respond to this comment, how Hannah was actually hired was they couldn't find an armorer. Certainly they wanted an armorer who would also do the prop duties, and an armorer that was available didn't want to do that, to his credit. And ultimately, the start of production was counting down. And Seth Kenny basically said, well, I can recommend someone. Do you need someone? I can recommend someone. And so it was on Seth Kenny's recommendation, Seth Kenny having worked with Thal Reed, that he said, this is Hannah, she is his daughter, and he basically brokered the whole introduction and I guess recruitment of Hannah.
All the 45 rounds from that canister?
Yes, all of the 45 rounds.
And did you ask him whether he had gotten rid of some of the rounds or used some of the rounds prior to you all getting there for the search?
I did not interview Seth Kenny.
Okay. So you don't know the answer to that?
No.
Okay. Now, earlier, you showed a picture of the Mary Kay bag. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was a box inside it with blue writing that we saw. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it said something like dummy rounds 45 LC.
Yes.
And you know that that's Seth Kenny's box, correct?
Yes, I know.
Okay. And that box was found in the prop truck?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're not aware whether Sarah Zachary may have taken anything from the prop cart to the prop truck, or are you?
I do not know.
Okay. So if she had removed anything from the prop cart and taken it to the prop truck, you would not know that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
Correct.
So Seth Kenny's box, you have no idea whether that was on the prop cart, but it was moved to the prop truck, do you?
No.
Now, are you aware that you responded to the scene at the time of the shooting, right? Right after the shooting?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there after?
It took me several minutes. We had a meeting in our criminal investigations division first before we all headed
And
out.
she said she got there at 3
How long
p.m.
did it take you after those several minutes to get to the scene?
I do not recall.
Okay. Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour? How long was the drive?
I would say 30 minutes at most.
Okay. So when you got there, were you aware that other sheriffs had gotten there?
Yes.
At what time, how long after, if you know, did those sheriffs report after the shooting? How long did it take for them to get there?
I do not know.
Okay. At the time you got there, did you see whether Mr. Baldwin was segregated in a vehicle?
I don't recall.
Did you see that Miss Gutierrez was, though?
Yes, I recall her being in a vehicle.
Do you recall seeing Alec Baldwin talking on his cell phone and just walking around?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. You haven't seen any pictures like that or video or anything like that?
In the following days in media, yes, I've
Okay.
seen him on the phone in photos.
So you're aware now, you can tell the jury he was not segregated.
I do not know.
Okay. Now,
So you can see how there is a bit of a pursuit of Alec Baldwin, which I think is going to make this trial certainly quite interesting. And also, I wonder whether Alec Baldwin is going to respond to any of these comments. I'm not sure if he's allowed to. This is a really interesting article from the Hollywood Reporter. Can you guys see that? Is the embattled young Rust armorer getting a fair shot? It was published February 14, so quite a while ago, almost 10 days ago. It says, as the first criminal trial gets underway, prosecutors look to paint Hannah Gutierrez Reed as a druggie whose mistakes led to calamity. Defenders say she's a scapegoat for penny pinching producers and a blundering investigation. New details reveal both may be true. Well, I agree with this statement wholeheartedly, except that I don't think it's new details. When I did my 99 episode playlist, I covered this in real time as it was taking place. This will be my 101st video on this. That was basically what I said, was that it was a combination of things from different sides. So it's not just one person who's guilty, not one person who did who's culpable, but several. And so to some extent, one's got to ask, why is there a culture of basically recklessness? And the answer was because they were trying to save money and they were in a rush, right? Anyway, I'll put a link to this article. It's a pretty good article. We can maybe return to it a little bit later.
With regard to your work on set that day, you took pictures when you responded to the shooting. Did you do any interviews, anything like that?
No, I do not interview.
Okay. And your job at that time as a crime scene technician is to secure the scene, secure the evidence. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Part of your goal in securing the evidence is to make sure that you get it right, you get the chain of custody right, and you make sure that's logged. Is that right?
Yes.
Why is the chain of custody so important?
The chain of custody is essentially the tracking of where the item originated from to who has possession of it now and everything in between.
Okay. And if there is a break in the chain of custody, that's a problem for you in terms of verifying that evidence, correct?
Yes.
Now,
so, what makes this case really fascinating is what's being prosecuted now is someone almost at the very bottom of the status quo, Hannah, and then on the other end, it's a person at the very top of the status quo, the guy who, to some extent, financed. I'm not saying he completely financed the production, but he was, to a large extent, the creator behind the whole idea. I think, as far as I know, Baldwin was the co-writer of the script. Rust is the name of the lead character, and of course that was played by Baldwin himself. So Baldwin acted in, produced, and was essentially the leading character in a story about himself as the hero, and also to some extent directed himself when you see some of these clips, arguably. And that is what is so interesting is how he, when he's in this position of this awkward position, he sort of seems to make himself a very passive person, which is not how many of us know Alec Baldwin. He comes across very assertive, very confident, very sure of himself. But the way he presented himself on ABC was that he was taking instructions, not only from the cinematographer, but from the armorer. And the question is, to what extent was that really true?
If before you got there, Miss Zachary had thrown rounds away.
I'm going to jump a little bit ahead of this.
Items from the prop
Let's have a look at this,
truck.
this image here.
Yes.
When you switch to K, let us know.
So there is a photograph, as far as I know, of the back area of PDQ Proper Norm. Does it look terribly neat and tidy?
Yes, but we don't want to show them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just going to kind of.
No problem.
Okay. And ma'am, can I first ask you, did you say that you had taken some of these photos or all of these photos?
Yes, all of these photos.
Okay. And again, this is from the search warrant of Seth Kenny's business in November? Okay.
Yes.
Now I want to say just quickly, what is this shot?
This is the back alley entrance into the building.
Okay, next.
That same alley entrance.
Does that look like a very organized prop supplier? And bear in mind, Hannah was sort of, I don't know if you can say under his wing or affiliated with him or connected to him, but Hannah came basically from or on Seth Kenny's good graces or good best wishes. And so this is what I guess one could argue is what Hannah was seeing in a different part of the industry.
Okay.
Excuse me, can you say on the record which exhibit? It's J. They're en massing things into J.
All right. Mr. Williams,
When you switch to K, let us know.
J. Yes.
When you switch to K, let us know.
Yeah.
You can't get those pictures any bigger, just out of curiosity? I mean, it's up to you, but.
Yes, can we make those a little bigger, Mr. Bullion, if you could zoom in?
And we're kind of dealing with the same question in terms of Boeing and airlines. Would we like people to be organized in terms of the safety when they build the plane, that they know where all the bolts are and they put all the bolts together? Or is it okay to have like a complete mess? And at the end of the day, if you make the movie or if you put the plane together, is that okay? And the answer is no, it's not. You need a very high standard of diligence, at all points of the production, right?
Okay. And ma'am, did you say what that one was?
This is another angle from that back alley.
Okay, next.
Again, a different angle from the back alley. The gate leading into the back alley.
Now, is this how this looked? Okay, this one too. This is how this looked when you went in?
Yes.
Is that?
So that is like a massive pile of shit, right? And this was the supplier to the Russet, the prop and arm supplier.
Appear to be disorganized?
Ammunition.
Yes.
And again, this one is very disorganized?
Yes.
Okay. Next one. What is this picture?
This is facing the entrance from where we came in.
Again, there's stuff everywhere. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The next one. Okay, what is that one?
I believe this was a look into a closet.
Okay, and is there pizza boxes there?
Yes.
Did you know if he lived here too, Seth Kenny?
I do not.
Okay. You go to the next. All right, and is that the one, Mr. Billion, with the rounds? If you can show that. Okay, what are these we're seeing?
These were boxes and boxes of ammunition.
And this is what I was kind of mentioning earlier. There was a lot of these, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there was other places where these were. Okay, here are these more boxes?
Yes.
And are these all different kinds of ammunition?
I believe so, yes.
And again, I think you said you couldn't recall whether you all went through all those boxes.
No, I could not recall.
Okay, and keep going. Okay, we're flipping kind of quickly, but what is this this machine?
I believe this was a vise that was sitting on a counter.
Okay. And then more ammo boxes?
Yes.
Now zoom in on this. Did you see any of them with the JS?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a fairly common box. Have you seen that in Seth Kenny's business as well?
Yes.
Now these ammo boxes in general, you're aware, aren't you, that they can be purchased off the internet for $25 for $10?
I don't know that. So.
Okay. I mean, but these are standard little white boxes. They're all over the place. Are you aware of that?
That they're standard white boxes? Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with these, aren't you, in your job? You
With-
see these type of boxes?
I see ammo boxes, not necessarily all white ones with certain stamps on them.
Okay, well, how often do you see JS?
Not a lot.
Okay, but you do see them from time to time.
Not that I recall.
Okay, well, there's a lot there.
Well, yes, in
Yeah.
this case, there were a lot of JS boxes, but in my
So I have to say, I feel like the defense have scored quite a good point here. What I've been expecting to see is the prosecution showing the prop truck and how messy the prop truck was, and I feel like the defense have beaten them to the how do you say it? Kind of beaten them to the sort of punchline. And in that sense, I think that might take a little bit of wind out of the prosecution's sails, because I think it's quite important. Whoever made this showed this mess first. Anyone who says, "Well, look at this mess," it's almost like, okay, well, that's you're responding to that. It's kind of your response. And anyway, so I think the jury are probably noticing this incredible mess, and I really think it's unfortunate that the prosecutor didn't deal with this aspect before the defense did. We'll see when they do deal with it.
my 7 years crime scene tech, I haven't seen a lot of JS boxes.
Do you know what JS is?
No.
Okay. Okay, next
The punch.
And again, we got 32 Smith & Wesson, 22. These are more ammo, right?
Yes.
Okay, next.
More
Again, the JS. Is that the JS there?
Yes.
Okay. If you can move forward.
So Pauline says this is a ridiculous questioning of the witness. It is. I'm surprised that the prosecution aren't objecting, and I'm also surprised the judge isn't saying anything. But the defense are literally just trying to show. They don't really need this witness to talk about it, although this witness was there. I'm not sure if she took these photos, like all of these photos, but I think she did take some of them. But that's not really what they want to talk about. They want to show how disorganized Seth Kenny was, how messy Seth Kenny was, how professional Seth Kenny was, and basically put the blame on him. It's can you see over here is a rifle sticking out over here? Rounds over there, all very dissimilar housings and packaging. Who knows what is in this sort of duffel bag?
Okay, and what are these?
These are spent casings.
Do you see the primer, how it's dented?
Yes.
What is the significance of that?
That means that this round has been fired, so a firing pin has created that indent in this casing.
Are you aware that there's a thing where...
So the other thing to note is, until now, the defense haven't really showed many pictures. Like, I was quite surprised in their opening statements, they didn't show a single picture. And now suddenly a flood of pictures, right? This is what they want everyone to see. And it does make an impression.
Primer can be slightly dented, and then if it was struck again, it could go off. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
If a hammer hits a primer and it doesn't strike it hard enough, it can create a small indentation or dent in that, correct?
I think this is pretty far outside her scope of expertise, and we've got plenty of other witnesses who can answer
Sure,
these
we do.
Okay.
Okay, we do. Okay. If you can move to the next picture, Mr. Billiam. And then again, what are just you give the jury just an idea of what these are? Is that more ammo?
Yes.
Okay.
There's even a bicycle there. But now, if you think about kind of what's going on, doesn't it feel like the defense are hijacking the prosecution's case? And what I mean by that is this is still the point in the trial where the prosecution present their case. And doesn't it feel like the defense are basically presenting their case?
And again, that's and that one in particular was just in a gray tub.
Yes.
Okay, and the next one. What are some of these pictures?
This was the front room area.
Again, is that more ammo boxes in this particular picture?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and again, is that a JS notation?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can move forward, please, Mr. Billion. Okay, when you go back one, is that a gun belt?
Yes.
Okay. You go forward. And again, more ammo?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen enough of those. If unless you have anything in particular, but that's we get the flavor of those. If you can move to the church pictures.
Oh, is that K now?
There's a couple. Okay, go ahead. Put those up.
We're still in J.
Okay, what is this picture?
This was a box that was located marked live ammo 1883.
And again, that was what we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this one?
This is an overview of where that box was located.
Okay. And finally, what is this one?
This is what was inside of that box.
Okay, and there's several in that live ammo. There's several boxes here, correct?
Yes.
What is that? What were those that said lead?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall what was inside those?
No.
Okay, they're labeled various types. Did you go through all those?
Yes.
But you can't tell the jury today what was in them?
I don't recall what was in them. I only collected 45 live rounds out of this box.
Okay, and here's 45 LC. Is that right?
Yes.
What are those loose rounds around it?
Those were, I believe some of them were live 45 rounds.
Okay, were those collected?
Yes.
Okay. And how about these?
This was a close-up of what was in that box marked 45 LC.
Okay. And you know what is in this picture?
This was a green ammunition box that was located.
Okay. And these appear to be more dummy rounds. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if we can move to K.
Is there going to be some kind of demarcation so that we know which is J, which is K?
Yes, Your Honor. We need to go back and make sure that that's demarcated. We'll do that.
So I just want to respond to Murphy's question. There are, as far as I know, 2 lawsuits. One from Mamie Mitchell, the scriptwriter, and another one from Sergei Svetnoy, I think he was the electrician. Was he the gaffer or something like that? So I'm aware of those 2. I'm not sure if her family have also, as far as I know, the husband of Alina Hutchins has settled. I think part of the agreement was that he would get, he would have some kind of interest in the profits of the film if it was completed. And I was quite surprised that that was the result of it. but more than that, we don't really know what the circumstances of the. Actually, what I've just said now, I don't actually know if that is official or if I don't know if that was in the news or whether I'm speculating. But as far as I know, the family did settle with Alec Baldwin, which is very good for Alec Baldwin.
Well, while we're finding that, I have a couple more questions. The round you talked about in government or states 49 earlier that had ball bearings in it that didn't shake or apparently were stuck inside. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was the one that you sent off to the FBI lab?
Yes.
So that would have been a round potentially on set that didn't rattle.
Yes.
And that so that would have been a round potentially on set that did not rattle, correct?
Yes.
But you had to send that off to the FBI lab for confirmation to determine that, correct?
Yes.
And that's
So let's just deal with that issue. Here's an article from Variety. Russ team announces settlement with Helena Hutchins' estate. And that also sort of set the tone for allowing the resumption of filming. I must say, this is a view of Bonanza Creek that you don't often see. I just want to see whether it mentions something about the profits. As part of that settlement, our case will be dismissed. There you have it. As part of the settlement, Hutchins will become an executive producer, which means he obviously has an interest in the whole thing. I don't know how I get rid of that. Okay. And so he made this statement: I have no interest in engaging in recriminations or attribution of blame. Anyway, here's another article on that. Russ Movie Productions reaches settlement with Helena Hutchins' estate, filming to resume. And so obviously, I think he does he gets a share of the proceeds from the film. I just want to see where I can find those exact words. This is quite interesting. The agreement could shift the legal landscape for the other civil cases. Oh, I can't find what I'm looking for. Maybe one of you guys can.
It's not something either Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez Reed had the luxury of on the set, did they?
No.
Okay. We also heard yesterday Miss Morrissey shook a round into the microphone. You remember that?
Yes.
And asked everybody if they could hear it?
Yes.
Again, that's not something Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez Reed had the luxury of on set, did they?
Of rattling around?
Of having a microphone so they can rattle it and have everybody hear on a microphone.
No, they didn't have a microphone. That I
Okay.
know of.
Okay, do you have the church pictures ready? Yeah. Can we put those up? Can you just quickly tell us kind of what we're looking at here? Is this David Halls?
I don't know who the individual in the back is. I was taking a photograph of the back of Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, so earlier, did you tell me you didn't see Mr. Baldwin?
This was the only interaction I had with him was photographing what he was wearing and then taking the clothing that he had on.
Okay, well then you knew when you photographed him, he wasn't segregated in a car.
Well, when I photographed him, he wasn't. I have no idea what he was doing before or after that.
Well, right then he's standing outside. How long did you see him?
My interaction with him was probably less than 10 minutes.
Your Honor, she's indicated that she has no idea whether he was segregated or not, and we have plenty of other witnesses that can reasonably answer this question.
That's okay. He can ask that question, and I
And
think
then
he
I'll
got
move
the
forward.
answer.
Yes, and I'll move forward after that. Okay, so ma'am, what is this?
This is the outside of the church.
Okay. And this one?
Another angle of what's outside the church.
Do you know what the cart is that we just saw?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. The cart that's in the photo now?
That
Yeah,
card.
just we went by it. If you could go, go the other way. This one.
That was one of multiple equipment carts that was located outside.
And when you say equipment carts, were these, so these were on set, productions carts when you got there?
Yes.
Okay, keep going. And what is that? That big structure in the back of that photo?
Are you talking about the small structure or are you talking about the white structure?
The white structure.
I believe that was the prop truck.
Okay.
That's
And
the
do you
prop
see
truck.
that appears to be outside of the crime scene tape?
Yes.
Okay.
They've already established that yesterday. So I just want to quickly interrupt this to refer to this article. This is where you see it kind of in black and white. I always want to be careful with statements I make that have a legal import. That's Matthew Hutchins, Alina's widower. That is Alina's husband. And this is from the Hollywood Reporter. And it's quite a well-named, well-titled article, Inside the Secret Rust Settlement. Why did Helena Hutchins's widower drop his suit? And it was actually an about turn. He was actually, seemed like he wasn't going to forgive Alec Baldwin. He was going to pursue him. And then he settled. So I just want to read this section here. In the event Hutchins refused to settle and plans for the movie marched forward regardless, Rust financiers would have had first dibs on the proceeds as unsecured creditors by attaching his name. Oh, shit. By attaching his name So anyway, here's a reference to the ultimate prophets. Andrade explains Matthew Hutchins now has a stake in the movie to the extent that someone else who filed lawsuit will get some amount of money, whether in a settlement or an eventual verdict, that would impact whatever he's able to recover himself from the film and the ultimate profits. It was a smart move since they're facing multiple lawsuits. Here it is. By attaching his name to the production that he initially faulted for negligence, he now stands to be among the first in line. I'm just trying to highlight this little sentence. He now stands among the first in line, unlike those continuing to pursue their lawsuits. So really good article. This also includes the other lawsuits that are pending.
Okay, and these are more photos of the church, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you guys just let me know in chat whether you feel irritated by me interrupting or whether you'd prefer me to sort of be a little bit less active in narrating and commenting?
What is the next?
The prop truck search warrant.
Oh, the prop truck. Okay, can we put those up? And this prop truck search was October 27th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Billion, what is the letter on these?
This one is M.
M is in Mary.
Okay, just a minute. Did we finish K and L or?
Yes.
Okay, well, all right, so we went into K. You didn't tell us when we went into L.
I apologize, Your Honor. All the church photos were L that we just saw.
All right, let's make sure that when you send them to the jury, they have them properly marked, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All
Yes.
right, M.
Okay, this is M as in Mary, this series. Now, what is this here?
This is the outside of the prop truck.
Okay.
So this is also a very clever way that the defense are getting the first bite at the apple, so to speak. They're getting their nose ahead. But by them introducing this evidence, they kind of take the wind out of the sails of the prosecution. I must say, if I was the prosecutor, I would want to, all those bullets, all those rounds that the prosecutor showed us yesterday, I was like waiting, when are you going to show us Hannah's workspace? And so by the defense showing the workspace first, they almost take control of that narrative. Very clever. Another point to the defense.
And move, if you can. This is the exterior and side of the truck.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is
And
Hannah's workspace.
What is this picture of?
On
This
the
is the side
set.
door entrance into the truck.
Okay. And this is the.
And so, what do you think? What do you think of her workspace? And it's the way that I would have liked this case to have been presented is the prosecution to show Hannah's workspace. Look how untidy it is. Look how disorganized it is. Then the defense to say, oh yeah, well, look how untidy Seth Kenny's is. Yeah, but the point is, the problem is Hannah was the armorer on set. And so the defense have now taken the initiative here, and that is not so good for the prosecution.
Interior?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and this is a gun belt in the interior of that truck?
Yes.
Okay. And what are
Good to
these?
see you, Mary.
We're seeing now that we're zooming in.
This in particular is a 45 LC ammo box.
Yes, Your Honor.
So yeah, you've got the prosecution saying something they're clearly not happy. I wouldn't be either. I must say it's a very different atmosphere in this courtroom to the Fotis Doulos, the Doulos trial. Well, it's actually Michelle Troconis, but in terms of that case, you've had that case being drawn out over such a long period of time because each side doesn't really want to give an inch to the other. Of course, that's essentially a murder trial, conspiracy to commit murder trial. But I'm quite surprised that on both sides they've given one another as much leeway as they have. In any event, at this point, I think the prosecutor is not very happy. Carrie Morrissey. shall we go back to that article about the lawsuit while we're waiting? We'll come back as soon as the hearing resumes. So it took about a year for Hutchins' estate to settle. Took basically 1 year. And what's definitely interesting is that Hutchins' estate settled, and they're the family of the victim, whereas crew members have not settled. It's definitely, to me, quite ironic. I was quite disappointed to see that personally.
All right, we're going to take our morning break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise.
Well, I was going to say, thanks to the magic of the internet, we can skip the morning break, but unfortunately, the morning break is still on. So I'm going to take a little recess. I'll be back with you guys in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take Timmy for a little walk. See you guys in 15 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to go on to N25. Again, is that the same kind of photo of the gun, sock, and then the other two items you have there?
Yes.
And what is the significance of the Q-tips?
They were in the bag, and I was documenting everything that was inside that bag.
Hmm.
How about N26? Again, we see an insert from a box. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. N27, what is that photo?
This is a close-up of the center of the Mary Kay bag.
Okay. N28 is just a picture of another box. Is that right?
Yes.
Any significance to this particular box?
I took photographs of every single box of ammunition before it was opened and then after it was opened.
Okay, ma'am. And that was from the prop truck? You did
Yes.
that? Okay. And N29, again, is that Seth Kenny's box with the blue writing?
Yes.
Okay. N30, what is that photo?
This is the inside of that box and the rounds that were inside of it.
Okay. And these rounds have sober primers as well?
Yes.
And I think you indicated 16 were dummies?
They were all dummies.
All dummies. One was suspected live.
One was unknown, which is why it was sent to the FBI.
Okay. That was the one that didn't shake.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you don't know these rounds that are in this insert right now, you don't know if they were in there 5 days before October 21st.
No.
You have no way of knowing. N31, is that same picture?
Yes.
Okay. And N32?
These are those rounds removed from the foam and laid out for photographs.
Okay. And same thing in N33?
A close-up of the bottom of those rounds.
Okay. And N34?
I believe this is a close-up of those rounds in the box.
Okay. And I have no further questions on those exhibits. And that's all the questions I have.
The prosecution must be relieved while we can continue to prosecute our case. Hello, everyone. Anyone here that's not from the USA? Anyone here that is from New Mexico? I've just taken Timmy for a walk. Very, very warm outside. Very, very warm outside, even though it's 10 to 8 at night here. I wonder who the next witness will be after this CSI expert. Alf, where do you stay in New Mexico? Albuquerque. Just makes one wonder, how is Hannah able to afford such a good defense lawyer? Rio Rancho, okay.
Ms. Popple, you were asked a series of questions about the search of PDQ props. So I'd like to ask you some questions about that. Hang on, let me get myself situated with my notes. Hang on just a second, I'm missing something.
So this is not a good look for the prosecution. Carrie is coming back to, to do a thing, and she can't actually get started. It's not not a really good look for the prosecution.
When you participated in the search of PDQ props, did law enforcement officers assist you?
Yes.
How many people were present, if you recall, at the search of that location?
Myself, Detective Hancock, and Sergeant Christopher Zook.
And it looked like there was a lot of stuff in there. Is that right?
Yes.
But what's your understanding of what kind of business PDQ is?
That they provide props to movie sets.
Do they have to have props to provide props to movie sets?
I don't. Yes. And that would make sense.
Did the entire business appear to be full of movie props?
Yes.
Okay. And the live ammunition that you found was just that one box, is that right?
Yes.
And when I say the one box, the gray box that had boxes in it.
Yes, marked as 1883.
And it was marked clearly as live.
Yes.
And that was the only live ammunition you found there.
Yes.
And Mr. Bowles asked you and showed you some photos of.
As far as I know, she says that's the only live ammunition they found. As far as I know, Thel Reed left a can. I don't know whether can means like a tin can, a round tin can, or a rectangular ammunition box, but that was apparently also contained live rounds. I don't know whether that was removed from the scene, but that was apparently also mentioned. So the fact that she didn't see it there, I find quite interesting.
Ammunition that was at PDQ that had the JS on the label. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you find any 45 long Colt dummies when you were doing your search of PDQ props?
I don't recall.
Would it help you if you looked at your report?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you take a minute and look at your report?
It's an interesting question because it's basically asking, where did Hannah source even the dummy rounds for the long Colt? Could she have gotten them from somewhere else?
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes. There was at least a gun belt that had dummy ammunition in it.
Other than that gun belt, did you find any boxes of 45 long Colt dummies?
I believe so, yes.
You do?
There were, you know what, I apologize. It's not specified in my report if there were additional dummies specific to 45 long Colts located. Our intent was only to find live ammunition at that point.
That was the reason you were searching it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any boxes, if you recall, and if not, because it wasn't the focus of your search, that's fine, just tell us. Did you find any boxes of ammunition that match the one that's on your screen?
I don't recall.
If you were to, not that I'm going to ask you to do it now, don't worry. If you were to take some time and review all of the photos that you took at PDQ, do you think that would help you answer that question?
Yes.
Okay, great. And it's my understanding, based on your cross-examination testimony, that in terms of the live ammunition, you only collected 45 caliber ammunition.
Yes.
Was there other caliber live ammunition?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So the 45 long Colt live ammunition that you collected that we've looked at photos of, that's the only live ammunition that was there.
Yes.
Okay.
Does Hannah seem to be taking notes?
You were asked some questions on cross-examination about, you wouldn't know if Sarah Zachary moved evidence from the prop cart to the prop truck. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez ever took anything out of the prop truck before it was searched?
No, I do not know.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether you've received any training in how to distinguish dummy rounds and blank rounds from live rounds. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you haven't received that training.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
So, in your experience, are movie set crime scenes very common?
No.
Do you have training in guns and ammunition?
Yes, I do.
And are you capable of measuring things?
Yes.
So without specific training, you are capable of measuring the 6mm projectile or the 4mm projectile, because you can use a ruler, right?
Yes.
So just to respond to Liesel's comment, I'm no gun expert, but what I would suggest is, and by the way, I did go to the museum in Roswell, where there was a really wonderful exhibit of Native American couture, if you will, but also firearms, very old firearms and so on. And it looked, I thought I saw quite a few long Colts among the exhibits. The long Colt is a classic cowboy weapon. You know, if you think about the classic cowboy weapon that we've known watching the movies, they do have it's a revolver, but it's got kind of an extended barrel. It's almost like a rifle in miniature that you holster, right? And it's very different from modern firearms that have a very short barrel. And as a result, that gives quite a kick. It gives quite a strong recoil, and as such, it's quite an exciting weapon to handle. It's kind of different, and so I think it's for that reason that gun enthusiasts, firearm enthusiasts, like playing around with those sorts of things. They see it in cowboy movies and they want to sort of do the same thing. And I mean, think about someone twirling, I'm not sure what the right term is for it, when you spin a firearm through your finger and it sort of spins around and you holster it. Think about how different that looks if it's, let's say, a conventional Glock or something. The longer the pistol, the more fancy that kind of display looks. So, you know, it's all in terms of that whole firearm culture that makes that particular firearm probably quite interesting and fun to use in practice. It's something different.
And you did that in this case.
Yes.
Yeah.
And are you capable of distinguishing brass primers from silver primers?
So I hope you guys don't mind. I'm going to jump ahead to the next witness, and that is this fellow.
Face the judge or raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone, please.
Go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Christopher Zook.
And Mr. Zook, how are you currently employed?
I am currently retired.
And
Another retired person.
where did you retire from?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And back on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was a sergeant for the Sheriff's Office in the Criminal Investigations Division.
And in that capacity, did you become involved in the investigation regarding the shooting on the movie set Rust?
I did.
I want to ask you specific questions. Did you participate in a search of the prop truck?
I did.
And were firearms located in the prop truck?
Yes.
Where were they located?
In a safe.
Were they removed from the safe?
Yes, by CST, or the criminal specialist, Popple.
The lady that just
Yes,
left.
the one that just left. Yeah, she
Okay.
was the one that unloaded or took him out of the safe.
And when she took them out of the safe, what'd she do with them?
So it was a large box truck that the safe was in, and I was standing outside of the box truck at the back of it, and she would take them out and put them on the bed of the floor of the truck at the opening of the back door, and then we would clear them and then take them into evidence.
So, what do you guys think? And this is a really important thing to think about and discuss amongst the true crime community. What do you think is going to be the result of? I've just, we've covered a couple of cases, and we've looked at a couple of trials where one after the other of officers testifying are no longer officers. They've quit, they've retired, they've moved on. And like this one, it's not because they've aged out, right? And what do you think is the implication of that? Well, I would say one of the implications is you have people who are working in these sorts of roles quitting, and then obviously these experienced officers have got to be replaced, and they are probably replaced by inevitably someone who doesn't have experience. And then how does that impact the quality of law enforcement?
Okay, so you were responsible for clearing the firearms.
Yes.
That was not Ms. Popple's job.
No, well, there was a couple of us that was making sure that they were unloaded and cleared and all that stuff, because we don't want a loaded firearm in.
Yeah, I think when you say business use, I mean there might be people who want to be trained on it, or I don't know, schooled on it or whatever. I don't know if one can call that a business use, but I think in the same way that you'd have enthusiasts that are not actors, I think you'd also have actors that would also be very interested to know what do these weapons feel like? What do these weapons fire like? I do think it's a very important question. Was there plinking or not? If there was plinking, who did it involve? Maybe this
Our evidence locker.
Sure.
trial will
And
reveal
did
answers to that
you,
question.
come across a lever action rifle?
I did.
And tell us about that.
I do not remember the make or model of it. It was a lever action rifle. The way I was unloading the lever actions, they were an old style gun. I did not know where the magazine or the tube was on that. So what I was doing is just going through the motion of the lever action and having the rounds eject.
Show us what you mean when you say going through the motion of a lever action for those of us that don't know what that means.
Do you mind if I stand?
Sure.
Okay. So a lever action rifle, it's right there by the trigger. There's just a little, it's a lever, and you just rack it back and forth, and it will take it from the magazine and put it into the tube. And then when the round is spent, you do it again and ejects it. And then while you're coming back, it will reload another round. That makes sense?
Yes.
So
That does make sense.
The action.
That does make
lever
sense.
action.
And when you're doing the lever action, do the rounds inside just fly out?
They eject out. They're supposed to.
Okay. And that's what you were doing to unload it?
Yes.
Were you able to unload that gun?
No, not all the way. I believe I was able to unload at least a round or two, and then there was a round that was jammed.
Oopsie.
And do you know what caliber of ammunition that lever action rifle took?
It was a 44-40.
And do you know why it was jammed?
Because the round that was in it was a 45, which is just like very slightly bigger.
Okay. It was enough to jam the rifle.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, sir, are you familiar with those types of Henry rifles?
I'm not.
And so you're not aware that you don't have to lever that to.
So it's the same thing again. What do you not know? In what way do you kind of not know what's going on, right? That's sort of the defense default setting. And of course, those same questions apply big time to Hannah.
Extract the rounds.
I do now, but at the time I did not know that.
Okay, so now you're aware that you don't have to work the lever to get those rounds out.
Correct. On the end of the tube or the magazine that I found out later on, we had our gun expert at the sheriff's office. His name is Deputy Steve Orr. I had him come into our ammunition room, which is covered in cinder blocks. So
I don't know if you guys noticed, as soon as he mentioned the firearm being jammed, Hannah leaned over and made a comment to her lawyer. And I presume it actually is about this.
if it did go off, people are safe. And he showed me actually at the end of the tube, there was a part where you just twist and the rounds came out. So I know now, but at the time I did not.
Okay. So at the time you're working the lever, but later you learn you can just twist that and they'll fall out.
Correct.
Okay. Now you knew after the gun expert got it out, it was a dummy round.
I'm going to guess if I say yes or no on that one. So
Okay, don't guess.
Yeah.
No, don't guess. So you weren't aware one way or another whether it was a dummy or another type of round?
No, I handed it off to our evidence technician, and she was going through all the rounds to see if they were dummies or not.
Okay, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Just one follow-up. Were you present when Deputy Orr was removing the ammunition from that gun?
Yes.
Did the 45 caliber round come out easily?
No, it was actually jammed in the barrel of the gun. So once Deputy Orr showed me, hey, this is how you do it, we were able to take a couple rounds out, and the round was big enough it would not eject out of the ejection port. So he actually had to manipulate the round down into the tube, and then it eventually came out of the tube. So it did still fit into the tube, the magazine, but not into the barrel itself.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was jammed in the barrel.
Yes.
Okay. So even when you were there with Orr and you were doing it the easy way, unloading it with his knowledge, that round still didn't want to come out.
No, we had to manipulate it to get it out.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
May I ask one more question so I don't have to recall him for this?
Sure. No objection.
Thank you. Sir, just one last question. When you levered it, that jammed the 45 round in the barrel?
Yes. So I know there was at least a round. I don't remember if there was more than that. I know there was at least a round. So when I chambered it, that round got ejected, and then that 45 round came from the tube and went to the barrel, and that's where I freaked out. I thought I damaged the gun. Okay. But once I started trying to get it out, it wasn't even grabbing to get it.
He's turning out to be a very good witness for the defense. But I think the obvious point is, what was a round that didn't belong in that firearm, nevertheless doing in the magazine? I mean, it shouldn't be in the magazine. The defense is making quite a good point that it seems like this dude actually jammed that. Well, we don't actually know. It's possible that this guy actually was responsible for jamming that round in the, what's the right word? Chamber.
it out or anything.
Is
so
that the right
it
word?
Did jam it. So I did jam it, but I guess, assumed that all the rounds that were in it were the correct rounds.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
All right, your excuse.
Well, I must say, he ended off with a little bit of a backhand that didn't suit the defense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
The state calls Brian Litzinger.
I must say, this trial is moving quite quickly compared to the Draconis trial. Barrel, okay. How is the weather by you guys? Here it is extremely warm. I guess you guys are trying to keep warm.
Judge, raise your hand. Stand up, sir. Stand up.
Sorry. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have
Yes,
a
sir.
seat talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name, sir.
Yeah, so someone, Alf says, is the barrel different to the chamber? As far as I know, the barrel is the barrel is the smaller housing for the round. Actually, I don't really know. The chamber, what is the chamber? I'm not really sure of the terminology.
My name is Ryan Litzinger.
Ryan, I'm sorry. I thought it was Brian. I apologize.
That's
Mr. Litzinger, how
Well,
are
there's
you
your
currently
answer.
employed?
I am employed as a videographer and editor with a production company in Albuquerque.
And
So I wonder whether we're going to get some more video footage. Wow, we've got someone from Northern Scotland, one of my favorite parts of the world. I actually did a trip once to the Isle of Skye, or is it the Isles of Skye? Was a very memorable trip. Also to the castle where the movie Highlander was filmed. It was pretty memorable.
And tell us about that production company in Albuquerque. What do you do?
So we are, we outfit productions with crew, camera, lighting, sound, DPs,
What's a DP?
director of photography. And we're also a rental house, so we also rent equipment.
Did you, I'm sorry.
Crewing as well. So like staffing different productions.
Okay. You help provide crew members.
Yes.
Okay.
To different productions. And, like I said, also a rental house.
Okay. At any point in time, were you asked to do any work on the set of Rust?
Yes.
What work were you asked to do?
So we were asked to, we were contracted to do duties of an EPK, which is stands for electronic press kit, which is something that a lot of productions have.
Give us more information. We don't know what an EPK is or why.
Okay, so basically there are days that are, reserved for behind the scenes, and there's also days that are reserved for cast interviews. And that together makes an EPK, and what the production company will do with that is up to them.
Okay, so specifically, what did you do on this film? And if you can tell us what dates you did it.
So October 13th, 2021 and October 15th, 2021, we shot behind the scenes footage and also captured production audio
Okay.
together. And we also
So just a quick little refresher. That's the cylinder. I must say, I would have almost assumed it's the opposite because that kind of looks like a barrel. But anyway, a cylinder which rotates. That is the barrel, this long tube, and the point where the projectile exits is the muzzle. And so that's really it. That's the barrel. And that's, I think, where the projectile got jammed into. This is the cylinder. Hammer and trigger, and there's the trigger guard. Okay.
Conducted cast interviews.
Okay, and in terms of I'm not so interested in the interviews, but in terms of the behind the scenes footage, describe to us, what are you filming and why? Are you just filming?
So a lot of the time we try to get just the action in between action and cut is when a lot of times, you'll see directors planning what they want to do next, talking to the actors, wardrobe changes, audio, tweaks, anything like that. And that's really important for, people that are interested in watching the making of, or, whoever kind of gets this footage, you know what I mean? That's interesting to them. So, yeah, that's what happens on behind the scenes. We try to focus on, the DP, the director of photography, the director, and yeah, the actors. I mean, that's a lot of what we do.
So you're not actually filming clips for the movie. You are filming the actors and the crew working on the movie set.
Yes. Sometimes, that's, yes, a majority of what we do is we film the actors and the crew on set working and doing their jobs. But sometimes we're at a place called Video Village, which is basically a setup where, people watch the scene that's being filmed, and we will sometimes shoot that. So
this is incredibly useful. You've got someone who is involved in shooting, filming, recording the behind the scenes. And so what insights do we get on this film set that's not the actual principal photography, but behind the scenes? This should be pretty interesting.
So it's just video of the actual movie being filmed. Sometimes we'll be there.
Understood. But even when you're filming in Video Village, you're filming people working.
Yes, they're working as well, yes.
You're showing the director of photography looking at the monitor and seeing what is being filmed.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that some of this will make more sense a little later on. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no, I was going to say if I'm not.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Just for people who aren't familiar with what you do, because I'm not going to show the videos today. We're going to show them later in the trial. Did I subpoena videos from you?
Yes.
And did you provide me all of the videos that you made on the set of Rust?
Yes.
And recently, did I send some of them back to you for you to review?
Yes.
How many videos did I send back to you for you to review?
I counted 17.
17.
Do you recall
wow.
approximately how many videos you sent me in response to my subpoena?
I do not.
Can you estimate? Can you give us an estimate?
50?
It could be over 100.
Okay.
Over 100, okay.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
I would have to, I didn't count. But
They recorded the behind the scenes.
Okay. I'm happy with your answer, but if I can show you what you sent me.
Oh, do you have a number?
I don't have the number, but I have all your files.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Deborah.
If you'll just give me a moment. switch gears here.
So this should be quite interesting. We're probably going to see some behind the scenes video of the rust production.
I'd actually like to know what the real number is.
No problem.
The rust production, all the behind the scenes stuff. And you're probably going to see interviews with Baldwin, maybe, I don't know if Hannah will be interviewed, but certainly Baldwin, probably the director, maybe even Helena. But this is definitely stuff that we probably haven't seen before.
Does this file look familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the 17th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you see how they're numbered?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
And then
That's about.
Doesn't this trial feel a lot less formal than the one in Connecticut? Just looking at what we're seeing right here, it doesn't feel a lot less formal. And interestingly, today the defense is supposedly resting. So we do want to know when the closing arguments will be in that case. Certainly, I haven't moved on and just forgotten about it. Thanks so much, Liesel. Appreciate it. Thanks, Deborah. Yeah, it is a lot of editing. Editing
the
is
electronic files that
hard
you
work.
provided me, refresh your memory.
Yeah, I mean, just about how much content there was.
How many videos did you give me?
126.
Okay, thank you.
So Shaker Maker, this is someone whose job was to basically promote the film by recording the behind the scenes stuff. That's the kind of thing that would go into public relations and marketing and advertising and perhaps the DVD bonus footage. And so he's just said that he recorded 126 video files, which he sent to the prosecution. The prosecutions were interested in 17 of those files. We're probably going to be looking at maybe a dozen or so.
Thank you. And the 17 videos that I sent back to you for you to review, do you recognize those videos when you looked at them?
Yes.
And are those the videos that you filmed?
Yes.
And those specific 17 videos, what day did you film those videos?
That was October 13th, 2021.
Thank you.
So 8 days before the incident. So in the middle of the production.
So what I would like to do at this point in time is I would like to move for the admission of all videos from production outfitters that the court deems relevant and admissible as we move through the trial.
No objection.
All right, these will be of the 17.
Minor of the 17, I think the defense does have some that they are intending to admit also.
All right, okay.
So this is kind of a joint
Yes,
foundation.
yes, per stipulation, we'll do it
This is
this
a
way,
joint
and,
venture.
I will so admit.
So we may even see other video from the defense. Should be interesting.
Oh, sorry, Ryan, not so fast.
First time
See how informal it is.
Yeah.
It's pretty informal.
Thanks for being with us today. I don't have any questions for you. You mentioned Video Village. How exactly does that work? What is that?
That's an external monitor that is separate from the cameras that are being used by the film crew. It's separate so that they can watch that. The director and the director of photography can watch what's happening separately.
Okay. And are you generally familiar with film sets and things like Video Village and whatnot?
I see quite a few of them.
All right. When that kind of system goes down, how do people have to adapt on set?
When a system like Video Village will go down?
So Robbie Robbins says, I wonder whether we'll get to see the bullet which killed Helena. We have actually seen it already. Just the slug was found, was taken out of Joel Souza's shoulder. So that has been recorded and has been found.
I haven't seen it go down, but I would imagine that they would probably.
Hang on, I'm going to object because I think it's speculative at this point, but I also think that there are going to be plenty of witnesses who can talk about what they did in fact when it went down.
That's fine.
All right, thank you.
Did you witness any any scenes actually being shot when you were on set?
Yes.
Did those scenes involve Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
All right. Did he seem to be in command of those scenes?
Objection, foundation.
Judge, he said he saw it.
Overruled.
Well, the one that sticks out, he wouldn't have been in command because I think that it seemed that he was on a horse and he was playing dead. So it wasn't really much of a.
Okay. And what I'm talking about more so is, insofar as the pace of filming and things like that, did he seem to have an influence on that?
Sorry?
I'm quite surprised that the prosecutor objected to that, but it's interesting that he says the one scene that he filmed of Baldwin, I don't know if there was only one, but the one that he's referring to, he says Baldwin he couldn't have been commanding anyone because he was playing dead. What happened to, you would imagine that the focus of the film would be around Alec Baldwin, and that Alec Baldwin would want the focus to be around him, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you think that? Jimmy.
Maybe don't talk. Sorry.
In the various scenes that you saw Mr. Baldwin in, did he seem to be in control of how the scene was actually being shot and how quickly he was asking other people to work?
Like I said, that so they're a short amount of time. What?
Well, I don't know why I'm not skipping ahead. Let's skip ahead.
The next witness is, should we take a early lunch break or should we keep going?
I think the next witness isn't going to take very long, so if we can get
sure.
him done, and
Yes.
then we'll go to lunch.
Fine.
Jason Hawks is who the state will call next. Shout out any of the Elmo.
Can you call him more affirmatively? Thank you.
Okay, so you're gonna face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, talk into the mic. Thank you.
So I have to admit being a little bit confused. Why bring in a witness who talks about all these videos only to dismiss him without showing a single one? even if they are going to show the videos with another expert, is it just to, you know, that sort of protocol of this is where the evidence came from? I just think it's a little bit strange that you wouldn't have him comment on any of the video. Obviously, I'm a little bit disappointed that they haven't showed it, but it's just quite strange. You know, you have him come in. Yes, I made these videos. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Next guy. Kind of quite strange, right?
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Jason Hawks.
How are you currently employed?
I own a company that analyzes device extractions and cell phone records for attorneys.
Lucky you. Mr. Hawks, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some information about your background and training?
Certainly. So I started in law enforcement in 2005 with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. I remained there until 2017, with the last about 7 years being assigned to investigations. After leaving the Sheriff's Office, I went to the District Attorney's Office, where I was an investigator for the DA. I was there for 3 years, and then I started this company. Specific to device extractions, I've attended classes from...
So he's another ex-law enforcement chap who's no longer basically retired, but is now doing something else.
Cellbrite, which is a company that extracts information from a handset. I'm a certified operator, certified physical analyst, and I've recently taken the advanced smartphone analysis.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted by the prosecutor's office, I believe it was about a year ago in March, late.
So he's basically the Kevin Hoyland of this case. He does the cell phone extraction. Do you remember the cell phone of Alec Baldwin was sort of quite hard to get hold of? But I think this is going to be more about Hannah's texts, Hannah's cell phone communications.
March, I believe, 23.
And were you asked to perform any work?
I was.
And let me back up for a second. Have you been, I apologize. Have you been qualified as an expert witness in cell phone records and device analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert in those areas?
Between records from the carrier and records from the handset, I've been qualified 53 times in 5 states.
Do you recall what those states are?
Let's see, Texas, Louisiana, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, 6 states, in California.
Okay. And now you're here in New Mexico.
Now I'm in New Mexico.
I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Hawks as an expert in cell phone records and device analysis.
No objection.
All right, so you're so recognized.
Now you get to add New Mexico to your list. Mr. Hawks, can you explain to the jury kind of what kind of technology you're using and kind of how the cell phone records interface with the software, the extraction software?
Sure. So our smartphones are essentially a bunch of databases that are stored. So programs like Cellbrite go in and they extract the information from the handset, and they do it in a way that doesn't change the nature of the artifact. So if I receive a text message but don't read it, it doesn't change that unread status. So at first, all of the information is removed from the handset, and then it's parsed through Physical Analyzer is the name of the program. In Physical Analyzer, the information is essentially put back together, and it's converted to whatever time zone it needs to be converted to.
In this particular case, what kind of work did you perform?
I reviewed the Cellbrite extraction of Ms. Gutierrez Reed's her iPhone.
When you do when an extraction is done, does everything on the phone get kind of downloaded?
Unfortunately, not everything. So not all of the information is always recovered, but things like text messages, phone calls, images, things like that, are downloaded from the handset.
And when you took you received the raw data from the extraction that was done of Ms. Gutierrez's phone, is that right?
Yes.
So just to be clear, you yourself did not perform the extraction.
That's correct.
Do you know who performed the extraction? Not the person's name, but the agency.
The regional computer forensics lab here in New Mexico.
So how did that data come to you?
It came to me on an external hard drive.
And when you received that data, what did you do in order to conduct an analysis?
So I opened the data in the physical analyzer program, which essentially takes the extracted data and runs it through the most current version of the program. And with that, it breaks out the data into various different categories.
Okay.
Things like
and
images.
what kind of categories?
Everything from cell sites that the phone might have seen, images, videos, audio files, notes, text messages, iMessages, voice logs. There's most of the data that we see on our phones is accessible to the program.
And were you able to separate out information related to this particular device that identifies this device?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I am marking as States Exhibit 92. May I approach you? Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the device information that was captured by the Cellbrite program for the phone.
How do we know that this is Hannah Gutierrez's phone?
Well, I mean, I received the extraction of the phone. There's some information on here, such as like the phone number, an email address, things like that, that would suggest that it is.
Okay. The phone number's on there?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Yeah.
How do you know that a phone belongs to someone? Well, tends to be the phone number, but you do sometimes have those cases where a number is transferred. What do they call it? Your number gets sort of carried over. But for the most part, how do you know someone's phone is someone's phone? Well, a friend, a family member could probably say, but you also have official records just showing your identity linked to a particular handset, right?
Let's just kind of look at a couple of things here. I know it's.
Now, what's quite strange is she's introducing this witness, but she's just said that she's not going to be very long. So it certainly is, that's a bit of a surprise.
See if we can make it a little closer up. Does this tell you what kind of?
You want to use the microphone just a little.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So let's have a look at that. Find my phone, enabled, phone date, time, detected model, unique ID, Wi-Fi address, time zone, iCloud account present, yes, Apple ID, email, and so on.
Does this tell you what kind of phone it was?
It does.
What kind of phone is it?
So on number 6, you can see where it says detected model. It says iPhone, and then in parentheses, it says D as in David, 54, P as in Paul, A as in Adam, P as in Paul. That's the iPhone code for an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
So what do you guys think of that, the fact that she's got an iPhone 12? She had that in 2021. Does anyone here have an iPhone 12? What do you guys think that says about Hannah?
Does this monitor usually come on? Because I can't see. That would be great if I can see it on the monitor in front of me so I don't have to walk back and forth. My eyesight isn't good enough to see what's up there. Thank you, sir. Does it provide the date and time of the extraction?
The date and time of the extraction is actually on a different part of the extraction.
What's in the number 2 column?
That is the
or
date.
row, rather.
I'm sorry. That is that's the date and time that the phone was displaying at the time of when it was extracted in UTC.
Okay. So what is your understanding about the date? I don't particularly care about the time, the date of the extraction.
That it was, the extraction occurred on December 8th of 2021.
And is there an Apple ID associated with this phone?
There is.
What's that?
So that is number 22 under Apple ID, where it says hannahmemail@gmail.com.
And what is the phone number associated with this phone?
The phone number is on line number 24, which is 928-444-3555.
What's the owner name of this phone?
The name that would appear on, say, a Bluetooth device is found on line 32, which is Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Okay. And did you, at my request, did you separate out some contact information for one of the people in the contacts of this phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as States Exhibit 93. May I approach? Sir, do you recognize States Exhibit 93?
I do.
What is that?
This is the contact information for a contact stored as Dad Kula.
I'm sorry, permission to publish? I'm already publishing.
Any objection
No objection.
to the admission and publication?
Generally speaking, what information does this sheet have with regard to the contact Dad Kula? And if you could spell that for us.
Sure. It's DADCULA exclamation point. So what it has is information about that person's contact info, their WhatsApp phone number, their telephone number, when it was added as a contact, that sort of thing.
What's the phone number for Dadkula?
The phone number is 323-365-2189.
All right, thank you. At my request, did you sort of pull out text messages from the date of October 20th, 2021?
I did.
The day before.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as States Exhibit 94. And there are 3 pages to this exhibit.
We all hope that we never put in that position, right? It's becoming a meme. What do you want someone to do if you die, whatever? Delete my browser history, like in your will and testament, number 1, delete browser history.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now I have problems. And if you can, and what's the date?
The date is October 20th, 2021 at 7:48 and 46 seconds p.m. local time.
Okay. And can you read that for us?
It says, headed down to get high, Outback, :B.
I'm going to show you the 3rd page of Exhibit 94. And what's in the blue?
So the blue is an incoming message from that 505 number to her phone.
And just for context, what does that message say?
That message says, time to eat now, how the blaze cess go.
And then is there and what time was that message sent?
So that message was received by the phone at 8:24 and 46 seconds p.m. in red at 8:25 and 47 seconds.
Okay. And so this is the time that it was received?
Correct.
And this is the time it was read?
Correct.
And then is there a response to that text that we're looking at here in green?
There is.
And what time is that sent?
That is sent at 8:25 and 53 seconds.
And this is from Ms. Gutierrez's phone to the 505 number?
Yes.
And what does that text message say?
It says, I'm still smoking.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still smoking what?
Sort of separate out for me a short thread. Is there a response to that text that we're looking at here in green?
There is.
Okay.
So let's just be clear. This was sent on the night before the incident, quite late at 26 minutes past 8. On the 20th of October. Looks like Hannah's got 2 phones. Not
and so
not a terribly large
what you're
expense, right?
This is the time that it was received,
Correct.
and this is the time it was read.
Correct.
And then is there a response to that text that we're looking at here in green?
There is.
And what time is that sent?
That is sent at 8:25 and 53 seconds.
And this is from Ms. Gutierrez's phone to the 505 number?
Yes.
Here.
So the top blue box is the response from the previous message that says "will do," and then beneath that is an image that was sent to her phone from the outside number.
An image of what?
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at a thumbnail of the image that was sent to her phone. So the image name is IMG_0686.
Looks like a cartridge case, right?
And we're looking at the inset thumbnail.
And were you able to collect that actual photo for me so we don't have to look at a thumbnail?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know about you, but this seems like an awfully small amount of communication that we're looking at.
At my request, did you separate a text thread between Ms. Gutierrez, the Dad Kula contact, and a contact by the name of Jason Bowles?
Yes.
Now, I wonder if Jason is going to testify. Because the prosecutor, she's got her arms folded.
May I approach? Yes. And Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is part of the text message thread that you were just referencing.
And what's the date of that text exchange?
What is in front of me here starts on December 1st, 2021, and ends also December 1st, 2021.
Very close to the time Baldwin gave his exclusive to ABC News. I think that occurred the next day.
I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 96 and permission to publish.
State 96 is admitted, you may publish.
Can you just briefly explain what we're looking at here?
Sure. So the top blue box is a message from the Dad Kula contact to Ms. Gutierrez's phone. And the second blue box is an incoming message from Mr. Bowles' number to Ms. Gutierrez's phone.
So was this a...
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Mhm. Oh, sure.
So did you see that text? He was saying that they don't go off by themselves.
number to Ms. Gutierrez's phone.
So was this a?
Your Honor, sorry.
Mhm. Oh, sure.
Ms. Gutierrez's phone.
So the text reads, get someone to show her a single action gun and how it works. They don't go off by themselves. I wonder who that is directed towards. There's the recipient, Jason Bowles.
And the second blue box is an incoming message from Mr. Bowles' number to Ms. Gutierrez's phone.
So was this a?
Your Honor, sorry.
Mhm. Oh, sure.
And who's Jason Bowles? Her attorney, her defense lawyer. So here is a interesting article. Negligence or scapegoating. The trial of Rust Armorer begins in fatal shooting by Alec Baldwin. Now, what do you think is the answer to that question? We dealt with it a little bit earlier today. I quoted it for you guys in chat. What do you think the answer is?
Okay, jury, we're gonna break for lunch. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, okay? And, thank you, we'll be back at, what do you all want? 12:40 or what? 1 o'clock, what do you want?
Is one possible, Judge?
You sure it is? Okay, 1 o'clock, okay? All right.
So I think it's a 1 hour break. So I'm also going to take a break, and we'll see how long I will continue coverage this in the afternoon session. But in terms of this question, negligence or scapegoating, it seems to be a little bit of both. That there's negligence, the negligence factor certainly being is certainly an issue that needs to be talked about. But then also, it's not all on Hannah. That's the other side of the story, right? So it's both. It's a little bit of both. But the question is, how much of both? Okay. Son says, I was going to say both. Okay, guys, we're going to take a short break. Actually, quite a long break. I'll see you guys back in about an hour's time. Make yourself a cup of coffee, and especially, I'm gonna have something nice, cool to drink. I must say, I'm pretty hungry, so I'm gonna get something to eat, and I'll see you guys in about an hour's time. Ciao. Can you guys hear me? So we're still waiting for the court to resume. I've just watched a little bit of the Troconis final defense arguments. I must say I would give the defense case about a 3 out of 10. Really not much to see there. Really poor form. What was kind of amusing, I'm not sure if you guys have watched this, was right at the end, the judge asks Michelle Troconis, so she's standing, Shonon is standing, and basically the judge is asking her, are you wanting to testify on your own behalf? And then there's an interpreter standing right next to Michelle, who says, Michelle says no, and then the interpreter says no. And then the judge says, you do understand that, at this point, if you don't say anything, you can't say something later on. She says, see. And then the interpreter says, yes. And that's kind of repeated quite a few times. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like, wow, suddenly Michelle Troconis can't speak English, let alone understand English. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So that was laid on pretty thickly. What was also interesting, but not so much for probative value, is a friend of Michelle Troconis testified. She said something like, well, the prosecution said, did you describe your relationship as inseparable? And she said, no, I never used that word. And then the prosecution said, well, I've got a letter here. Okay, maybe I said that. I think that the strongest point the prosecution made was, there was no reason. Also, the witness said that she didn't trust the police, thought they were incompetent, said, if you want to talk to me, subpoena me. So she didn't really want to speak to the police. But the issue was that apparently in May 2019, I'm thinking about this case is 2021. Michelle was actually going to leave Fotis. And, if you think about it, were things that serious that Michelle wanted to leave Fotis? And the answer is yes. And that shows you how much stress and strain she was actually under, that as a result of this impossible situation with Jennifer, Michelle didn't really want to live there anymore. But think about what an impossible situation that felt like to Fotis, right? Yeah, that's also an interesting observation. So I don't know, I just found the defense very artificial, didn't really resonate, wasn't particularly effective in my view. Didn't call very many witnesses. They didn't really talk about evidence as much as they spoke about the nuances of language. I even caught the language expert saying something like, language is a symbolic system that can transcend space and time. It's like, aren't we in a criminal murder trial? Why are we talking about transcending space and time anyway? So the defense ended up being incredibly cerebral, just like Shonon. It's sort of very, I don't know. So anyway, so they've wrapped, and I'm not quite sure when closing arguments will be, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's not Monday. And I would really like to certainly cover the state's closing arguments. So I'll try and cover that. I'm not quite sure why we are still waiting for this day 2 to resume. It's now almost 15 minutes past. So I don't know if it's a ultra long lunch break. So maybe we should just watch some of that. Do you guys want to watch the final moments of the Draconis trial while we're waiting for this one? It's not really good to be mixing trials this way, but there you have it.
Okay. Mr. Konis, you are represented by Attorney Schoenhorn and Felsen at this trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have had an opportunity to talk to attorneys Schoenhorn and Felsen about your right to testify at this trial, have you not?
Yes.
So I'm a little bit confused. How did Michelle communicate with her own attorneys without an interpreter?
Now, in discussions with Attorney Felsen and Attorney Schoenhorn, you should understand that their view of whether you should testify is not obligatory for your decision. Do you understand?
Yes.
You can decide even against their advice that you wish to testify. Do you understand? Now,
Yes.
have you thoroughly discussed your decision with Attorney Schoenhorn and?
Just a second, I thought I heard something. Oh, I didn't. Maybe it was just Timmy snoring.
Felsen concerning testifying on your own behalf.
Yes.
Now, have you discussed that decision today?
Yes.
Now, at this stage of the trial, this is the defense's case, which means that if you do not testify during the defense's case and the defense rests, you will not have another opportunity to testify. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, as a result of your discussions with attorneys Schoenhorn and Felsen, have you decided today, based on discussions today, that you do not wish to testify?
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Now, has anyone?
Yes, correct.
So has anyone forced you or threatened you to get you not to testify?
No. No.
Has anyone made any promises?
So, if you were on trial for conspiracy to commit murder and you were innocent, would you not want to say anything? Given this defense? Given this defense that's been put on here, would you be like, okay, I'm innocent, thanks for making my case for me? Or would you sort of feel, there are a couple of things that I don't think you understood. Let me make myself clear on that and that.
To you to get you not to testify?
No. No.
If you decide not to testify at this stage of the proceeding, you will not have another opportunity to testify after the defense rests. Do you understand?
Sí, correcto.
Now, have
Yes, correct.
you made this decision knowingly after talking to your lawyers?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you fully discussed with your lawyers the advantages and disadvantages of not testifying?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to talk to your lawyers about whether or not it is in your best legal interest not to testify?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with?
The other thing that's a little bit strange here is the problem that she can't speak English, or is the problem that she can't understand English? Because the judge is talking English and she's not needing that interpreted. But then she answers words like yes, sorry, C,
Absolutely
which means
bothered
yes.
that someone went
Does
on
she
court
not know that
TV
yes
and then took
is
pictures of the exhibits.
C, and C is yes? Did she
So-
not figure that out in 2 years in
That's-
America?
You're not on court TV, period.
Uh,
So that happens,
a little bit
you're out of
strange,
here
isn't
for the
it?
rest of the trial. All right,
With their
thank you.
advice.
All right, let's call in the jury. Did we get everything
let's
straightened
call in
out?
the jury.
Did we get everything straightened out?
Have you
Counsel?
made your decision
I don't want to rush it, but did we,
independent
did we get that straightened out? I don't want to rush it, but did we,
the
did we
desire?
get that straightened out?
Also
or
on
did
the
we-
court TV.
Okay,
In other
Also
words,
on the court TV.
If your lawyers wanted you to
Also
testify,
on the record, another
and you have
order
decided
that
not to testify,
court TV is ordered to
is that your
redact
independent
court TV
decision?
phone numbers that were put up on the text messages. The phone numbers that were put up on the text messages. Their phones are
You
blowing
have
up.
not been forced to make that.
Because, and their phones are blowing up. The solution obviously is redaction from here on out. The solution obviously is redaction. I'm going to
Well,
say
I
there
find
on
at
out.
this point
The
that
people that were
decision
taking,
by
I'm going to
the
say
attorney
that to
not
that.
to testify
The people that were
has
taking
been
pictures
made
contributed to
knowingly,
that.
voluntarily,
All right, thank
and intelligently, after having consulted with counsel.
So let me know when you want to
date
call in the jury.
the
So let me know when you
23rd
want to
of
call in the
February,
jury.
2024. Thank you. You may be seated. We can bring the jury back in.
Okay, and that is it. And so, as it happens, the court on the other side are back in. Oh, looks like they have adjourned again. That's unfortunate. Let's just have a look at what that was all about.
Counsel, I don't want to rush it, but did we get that straightened out, or do you need more time?
Thank you.
Okay, wait. Also on the court TV, also on the record, another order is that court TV is ordered to redact the phone numbers that were put up on the text messages because their phones are blowing up. And the solution obviously is redaction from here on out. But I'm going to say that the people that were taking pictures contributed to that. All right, thank you.
So let me know when you want to call in the jury.
Wow, okay. So that's definitely a awkward thing because all of this is shown on these monitors. Court TV, you would think would need to have either the discretion or the knowledge, whether they can or they can't. Looks like that simply wasn't discussed. And now there looks like there's a little bit of a big privacy violation if that was your phone number. It also puts me in an awkward position because you saw earlier whenever the camera was going into the church, I would basically change the screen. But now it's, you sort of feel like what is being broadcast, you kind of got a second guess, right? I did assume that, for example, Hannah's phone number, surely that number's changed because surely she doesn't even have her phone anymore, but that's an assumption. But, you know, what do you think? Is that an innocent mistake? Whose mistake is it? It just seems to me quite sort of naive. shouldn't the judge have thought of that? Shouldn't the lawyers, how many lawyers are sitting in the room, shouldn't they have thought of that? Shouldn't the cell phone expert have thought of that? Anyway, it's unfortunate. Certainly is unfortunate. What I also thought was quite interesting was when that one guy came in to talk about the behind-the-scenes video footage. The first question Hannah's defense lawyer asked was, "Do you have any footage of Alec Baldwin?" I just thought that was really interesting. Of all the things he could ask, that was what he asked. Yeah, so that's also true. That the number was read out loud. But in a situation like this, I've got to plead a little bit of ignorance here, because when they said Jason Bowles, I actually wasn't quite sure who that was, and I'm pretty sure he's unhappy that his number was read out, but didn't he see it? Isn't this something that he was anticipating? I don't know.
Oops. All right, is that better? We're going to go back through real quick some of those text threads that we
You
have
would
in the
think
envelope.
that it would
We're
be
gonna have
something
you
that
read
they
the
would be
content, okay?
cognizant
So
of.
I'm going to place on the Elmo what was previously entered into
But
evidence.
maybe
as
you can't
Exhibit
think of
96.
everything. Let's see where we are now.
Can you go ahead and just read that and remind us? Can you go ahead and just read that and remind us? Received by the phone?
Sure. So this was a message that was received by Ms. Gutierrez Reed's phone. So this was a message that was received by Ms. Gutierrez Reed's phone. Get someone to show her a single action gun and how it works. They don't go off by themselves. And then beneath that is an incoming message from Mr. Bowles' phone to Ms. Gutierrez Reed's phone that says, "Yes, I sent her this manual I got today also."
The other thing to mention is, don't you remember what preceded that was the state prosecutor, Carrie Morrissey? She went over to the defense table with printouts of those texts and showed them to Jason Bowles and everyone who's at that table, and that would have been a good opportunity to perhaps say something. So it seems a little odd.
What's the problem?
I mean, the impression I'm getting is someone only realized, oops, when a phone started blowing up.
Do you want me to just read them?
Just read them. Let's just, we gotta get this done. Thank you, sir. There's a state exhibit 96 that I've handed you. Can you just go ahead and read it? Explain to the jurors what you're reading, given that they've already saw it.
Yeah, so this is exhibit 96. The first page I've just read. The second page.
And Mr. Hawks, what's the date of these conversations?
Sorry, this is December 1st, 2021. The second page starts with a message from Mr. Bowles to Ms. Reed that says, "I think I sent this," with an attachment. Beneath that is an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, "Yeah, honestly, that gun won't go off unless he fully cocked it." And then the final message on that page is a message from the Dadkula contact. It said, "If someone could just show her, she could see a transfer makes no difference." The final page starts with an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, "Yeah, we got some that just aren't long barreled. They're the same thing." And then finally, message from the Dadkula contact that says, "Exactly."
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 95. And would you go ahead and do the same thing with 95?
Certainly. So 95 is from November 8th of 2021. And the first message is an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, hey, I need you to check out my boxes and send me some pictures of our boxes of dummies. The second page starts with an incoming text from the Dadkila contact that says will do. And then beneath that is another incoming text message with a photograph.
And at my request, did you separate that photograph? Did you isolate that photograph for me?
So just another question that I'm pondering is that the judge seemed particularly upset about, she said someone took photos. Now, what I don't quite understand is surely that's nobody in court. I mean, did somebody in court take photos of those texts? I just find that very unlikely. And so who is she referring to? Because, I mean, I did stop the live on that point to sort of read it out. So I don't know. I don't really know who that's directed to.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 69, and we're going to do this the quick and old-fashioned way. Can you see that?
Yes.
Sorry for the dirty screen. What is that?
That is the image that was sent via text message, via iMessage to Ms. Reed's phone from the Dadkila contact.
Thank you, sir. May I approach? Mr. Hawks, in addition to doing some work on Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, did you also do some work on cell phone extractions from some other folks involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember their names?
There was a woman named Sarah. I don't remember her last name.
Okay.
And a gentleman whose name I don't remember. But
Okay.
I'm sure I would if you refresh my memory.
Well, I'm going to leave that to defense counsel, and I will pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Bodian.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned you did some other extractions. Does the word Dave Halls ring a bell?
Yes.
All right. Is that the other phone that you looked at?
Correct.
All right. And Judge, if I can publish just to his screen, please. Sure.
So I can see what's on his screen. Is that okay?
You can stand there, stand here, wherever you like. It'll be quicker to do it this way because then I can publish it if the judge admits it. Okay.
Here, why don't I just stand here
Yeah.
and I'll look over your shoulder? That's perfect. Sorry.
Yeah, that works.
So what was quite interesting was some of those texts
What are you looking at?
What's on that screen?
that were read out were between Hannah and her own attorney, and quite interesting private correspondence there, I guess. But I must say I'm quite surprised at how thin the cell phone evidence actually is. It makes one wonder, did Hannah delete her cell communications? Because, I mean, you'd think you'd want to know what was said on the 21st, and now we're already dealing with December. Quite a jump October 21st to December 1st.
Your screen is different.
It means that it was deleted and recovered. So if I delete something from my cell phone and it's overwritten, or that memory is actually purged, then it's not recovered and there's just no evidence of it. So this shows that there were items that were deleted and recovered by the program.
All right, and you have no way of knowing if additional things were deleted because it just wouldn't be extracted. You wouldn't have the information to look at.
Correct.
All right, and in your experience, do you know that sometimes happens?
I know that it can happen.
So I don't know if you just heard what was just said. Some deleted things on phones can be recovered, and some deleted things can't be.
I mean, if it's not there, I don't know that it was there to begin with and was deleted, but it certainly can happen.
Okay. And actually, I'll just leave this here with you. Sir, if you can go to the emails page on that document.
Yeah, I do.
All right. There's about 20 emails in Mr. Hall's extraction here. How do you know that these are actually his emails?
So there's incoming emails. The top one is an incoming email. Just to avoid what we had earlier, it's to a Gmail address.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that account was installed on the phone, and this is an email that was received by his phone, signed into an email address associated with him.
Okay, so that physical phone has access to that email address.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I would move to conditionally admit defendant's exhibit O.
I do think that this is an area that probably needs to be thought about more and discussed more, because obviously this is the future of trials in the modern era, is that you are going to be, this isn't the first trial that is being televised. It's not the last either. But, what I think one's got to be very familiar with when you've got a camera in the courtroom. You might say, oh, well, there's a camera in the courtroom. There are certain things that come up. Privacy, but also the right to dignity, where human remains are shown. And all of that sort of thing needs to be, because once the genie's out the bottle, it's out the bottle. All of that sort of thing needs to be, sometimes the jury need to be educated in certain matters, but sometimes a court needs to be reminded of what a televised trial involves, right? And I sat in on the Laurie Vallow trial, and you really got a sense that this was quite an unusual situation. In other words, we were all sitting in the court, and then I think the judge decided, okay, we don't want these images to be seen by the gallery, which is quite unusual, and also by the camera feed, which was not, it was into an overflow room. And so basically inside in the court, they basically said we want privacy in the courtroom, where we only want the both counsels to view the monitors and the jury. That's it. And so obviously, if you were sitting in the gallery, you could see what is on the monitor of counsel right next to us. So literally what they did was they changed chairs. They put their chairs on the other side of the desk, turned the monitors around. But what I'm trying to say is it can be a unusual circumstance where the court isn't very practiced in this kind of media exposure. I wonder what this discussion's all about. Now Hannah seems to be taking notes. Now, one of the reasons why you want to take notes, I'm talking about if you are a defendant, one of the reasons you want to take notes is to show that you care about what is being said, you care that it's accurate, you care that it's true, you care that something perhaps isn't true, and there can be a little bit of drama and theatre in that, where someone might say something and you can basically shake your head and grab your pen and write something down, basically indicating through your gesture that that's something you very much disagree with. And it can also distract the jury's attention from whatever is being said to, oh, this is something that I care about. Conversely, to not take any notes, what does that suggest? Why would you not take any notes in a trial that's about you? And I've kind of been wondering, because until now I haven't really seen her taking notes. You could be wanting to present a image of someone as naive and innocent, and someone who's not taking notes might convey that. Just seen in the corner of my screen, she seems to be holding up a pencil, like a pinkish pencil with a green rubber on the end. So it's kind of, it's not giving you a sense of taking notes in a particularly serious way. And I mean, if you're a lawyer, you've got to think of all these things. You want to put a white tissue into the hand of your client so that they can wipe their eyes when they need to show emotion and all that kind of thing. Anyway, here we are, we're back.
And so you had mentioned emails being deleted. Can you say with certainty that emails were deleted from Mr. Hall's phone?
Well, Celebrate recovered deleted information. So yeah, so it was recovered from it's a recovered deleted email.
Okay. And the email that, if I could approach again. All right. Sir, I'm handing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit P. Can you look at the first 2 pages of that document, please?
Is it kind of a girly
Yes.
pencil?
All right. What is that?
This is an iPhone 11.
Is it Sarah Zachary's phone?
I'm looking for the device name.
Council approach.
And I may just be able to stipulate.
Well, no, I need you.
So one's got to wonder what is happening with Alec Baldwin. Are his attorneys watching this case like a hawk? I would imagine that they are. I would imagine they are furiously taking notes, looking for, because bear in mind what's taking place here is the prosecution are prosecuting a crew member on the Rust set. And that same prosecution are going to prosecute Alec Baldwin. So this is a way for Alec Baldwin's team to look at their case, look at the strength of their case, look at the weakness of their case. One of the things that's already become apparent to us is that it's apparently a matter of fact that the firearm that was used was brand new. I didn't know that. In fact, what I heard somewhere was when the FBI were examining it, I understood that it just sort of fell to pieces because it was so old. So that seems a bit strange to me. Ironically, you have exactly the same thing happening in the Michelle Troconis trial, where Kent Mawhinney is going to be on trial after her, and he should have testified really in that case. When I say should have, I mean, well, let me say could have. He could have testified in that case because he's a important party to the events.
The state will stipulate that what Mr. Hawks is looking at is a cell phone extraction of the witness, Sarah Zachary.
Judge, may I retrieve my?
Yes.
Sarah Zachary, okay.
Thanks.
Communications, I guess, with her, from her.
All right, sir, with both Mr. Hall's phone and Sarah Zachary's phone, are the dates and timestamps listed in the extraction?
But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is think about what the prosecution in this case are up against. They've got this trial taking place first. I'm sure they would have maybe preferred to have tried Alec Baldwin first, right? Because if you think about it, Alec Baldwin is a powerful opponent, very wealthy, very influential, very wealthy, very intelligent and capable lawyers. And those lawyers are now getting an additional, what's the word? Not bonus, but they're getting additional benefit that they can actually watch the prosecution prosecute a case with similar people, evidence, and circumstances before their own client. I mean, it's really a gift, right? And that really puts the odds very much in favor of Alec Baldwin winning his case, doesn't it?
Extraction for text messages and emails, are those accurate?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
So everything in our phones in these SQLite databases is stored in UTC by default. What Cellbrite does is it converts it to whatever time zone we want it converted to. In this case, Mountain Time.
Okay, so the foundational testimony you gave at length regarding my client's phone would apply with equal force to both Mr. Hall's phone and Ms. Zachary's phone?
Yes, these are things that are written at the time.
Okay. Did you have any other role in this case? Did you do any other work in this case?
No, my primary role was to help the prosecutor sort of sift through various pictures and that sort of thing to make sure only images that were native to the phone came in, not cached images or things that were beyond her control.
You mentioned on direct exam that there are some things that you don't get in a extraction. Would one of those things be something stored on a cloud, like an iCloud?
It depends. Are you referring to a document or an image?
Why don't you describe both?
So if we have things on our iCloud, typically it can be stored also locally on the phone and on the iCloud, or in the case of photographs, your phone may keep a little thumbnail that is a link to your iCloud account. So in that case, the original photo would not be on the handset. It would be on the cloud, but that thumbnail is essentially a gateway to the original image.
Okay. If something is just on the cloud and you don't have a gateway, as you described, is there a way to actually go get that information?
You could get it with a search warrant.
Okay. Did you discuss doing any kind of search warrant to retrieve images or texts or video from Sarah Zachary that she may have in the cloud?
No.
No. Do you recall having a email discussion on October 12th, 2023 with Ms. Morrissey about this subject?
I don't. I know that Miss Morrissey, if you're telling me I had one with her, then perhaps I did. I sent her some various subpoena language. I don't remember this iCloud being part of it, but if you're telling me it was there, then I did.
Would looking at the email refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Back to approach?
Can I see that?
Sure.
Someone is complaining about the volume. I must say the volume in this is much better than certainly the beginning of the Draconis trial. Sometimes the lawyers are, when they talking like they are now amongst themselves, and when there's a sidebar, the volume is actually turned down. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Okay, this is for refreshing recollection, so you've seen it,
Okay.
yeah.
See if you can refresh it.
Let me know when you finish reading it, please.
Of course, Lane Looper, one of the crew members who walked out, he sent a parting shot email just complaining about all the issues and including safety. So I'm sure we're going to be dealing with that, if not from Lane Looper himself. I mean, I think he would be one of the strongest
I
witnesses
assume
here.
you read all of it, correct?
Just the top one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If it's refresh your recollection, let me know, and if not, let me know.
Yeah, so this is what I was referring to as far as
So you're gonna give that back to him, he's gonna ask
yeah.
if this refreshes your memory to the question he asked you.
Yeah, did that refresh your memory, sir?
what I think I meant by that, and I'm not really sure, so I can't say with 100% certain.
Yeah, it is a good question. Are we going to hear from the director? Are we going to hear from some of the producers? Are we going to hear from some of the actors? There were some pretty amazing actors on this in the production. One of them was the lead actor in Vikings, but quite a few good actors. One wonders whether they're going to be called to testify.
On her phone, but might be on her iCloud account. Did you have further discussion about how you might go obtain those photos?
No, I think what we're referring to the same thing. I believe my recollection is that I'm referring to the thumbnails. So if I were to download a thumbnail from a phone and you were to put it onto a television screen, it just gets blurry as opposed to the actual full-size image. That's my recollection of the full-size image may be on the iCloud.
Okay. And you said in here that there are no entries on the phone or image metadata, right?
Correct.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just have a quick vote in chat? How many of you are having problems with the sound? Let's just get a quick poll. Someone said, can you lower your mic volume? I'm not actually using a mic. I'm using a camera mic, which is a camera with a microphone. That's one thing. So there's not actually the option to do that. I just want to see how many people are unhappy with the sound. Hmm. Because, to be honest, I don't really want to be analyzing a trial when someone is basically like, the sound's irritating me, that the sound's not good. I can't hear, you know what I mean? That shouldn't be the focus of what one is thinking about. Yeah, like I said, I don't actually have a microphone. I can't show you the camera because I can't show you the mic because it's part of the camera. And when you click on there, that's what you get. There's no setting, as far as I know, to change the volume here. I'm sitting with the mic about an arm's length from me. I just sort of feel like, is it really worth doing this sort of thing when, when there are complaints about what you sound like? I don't know. So it's a long time to sit here, 5 hours. Okay, minus that 1 hour. It's a long time to sit here. I don't like how loud your voice is. It's a long time to be doing that.
Direct.
Just real quick, Mr. Hawks. Is it possible for a person's phone to delete things without the operator of the phone intending for that to happen?
What do you mean specifically?
And I thought there was a discussion earlier when we were off the record that sometimes the phone automatically deletes certain things. That's what I'm referring to.
So you're referring to cached images.
Right.
So when we go to a website or social media, our phone will capture a series of images, and those images go into what's called a cache folder. And after a certain amount of time, that cache folder automatically will delete. But that's not from the person's camera roll.
And it wouldn't be from their email either?
Email contents?
Oh, I'm speaking about what Mr. Bullion was referencing with regard to Mr. Halls's deleted data.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
It wouldn't, no.
Okay, I just wanted to square that up. Thank you. I don't have anything further. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Terry. I appreciate
Next
you.
witness.
And just for the record, I'm going to reserve just in case we need to bring him back.
You're reserved. Don't talk to any witnesses.
The state calls Catherine Rowe Walters.
Anyone know who she is? Catherine Rowe Walters is one of the main producers Wasn't she the line producer? This should be interesting.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, tuck into the microphone. Thank you.
Go ahead and state your full name.
Full name, Catherine Elizabeth Walters.
Thank you. And do you go by Roe?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Ms. Walters, were you a member of the crew of the movie Rust?
Yes, ma'am.
And what role did you have?
I was the unit production manager.
What does a unit production manager do?
A unit production manager is the person on set who is making sure the day-to-day operations go smoothly.
All right. And are you familiar with Ms. Gutierrez?
I am.
Your role on set, if a crew member needs something, would you maybe be the person they would go to?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to ask you, did Ms. Gutierrez ever specifically request from you additional training time with Mr. Baldwin?
Not to me.
Did Ms. Gutierrez request generally additional training days as an armorer from you?
No, not from me.
We understand that there was a prop truck on the movie set, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
During the filming of the movie, before the incident that occurred on October 21st, when filming wasn't going on, so in the evenings or on the weekends, how was that prop truck secured?
There's a side door on that truck, and the back door, the back roll-up door, are secured by padlocks.
And so that happened even prior to October 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
And who would lock the truck in the evening or for the weekend?
Either it would be the department heads or it would be the Teamsters who were maintaining the trucks.
And so were they combination locks or key locks?
I believe they were key locks. I don't remember.
Can you tell us who had access, who had the keys, who could go get in the prop truck?
It would be anyone. It would be anyone who had
the
the keys to do it. The department heads were the ones that usually had keys or combinations.
Who were the department heads? Can you just give us their names?
Sure. So for props, it was Sarah Zachary. For armory, and I believe that Sarah and Hannah shared keys. The other department heads would have been Sergey and a couple of others that I honestly don't recall, but they would have had keys to their trucks.
And they have keys to the locks that lock the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have a key to the locks?
No.
Well, did Ms. Gutierrez reach out to you a couple days after Ms. Hutchins' death and ask to meet you at the prop truck?
Yes.
And why did she want to meet you at the prop truck?
She was getting ready to head back home and wanted to grab some personal effects off the truck.
And were you able to provide her access to the truck?
Yes.
How were you able to do that if you didn't have the keys?
So after the incident occurred, we had the Teamsters pull all of the locks off the trucks and had a different set of keys so that the only people who would have access were myself and the Teamster captain were the only two people who had those access.
And why would the Teamster have access to the truck?
Because they were the ones, if they needed to move it for any reason, do any maintenance, any of those things.
Okay. You have actual Teamsters that are working on the movie set that are maintaining the trucks?
Yes, ma'am.
And driving the trucks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when Ms. Gutierrez, do you recall the date that Ms. Gutierrez asked you to meet at the prop truck?
I do not.
Do you agree that it was just a couple days after the incident?
I do.
Okay. And do you know everything that Ms. Gutierrez took out of the prop truck?
I do not.
Did you see any of the items that she took out of the prop truck?
I saw a few things, but I don't remember exactly everything.
Can you just describe to us the few things that you did see her take out of the prop truck?
I remember a couple of gun belts, and I think I remember a couple of cardboard boxes, but nothing other than that.
Okay. And Ms. Gutierrez took these items from the prop truck prior to the police executing a search warrant on that truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I will pass the witness. Thank you.
Prosecutor?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, in addition to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, you allowed other people to get their personal effects as well, didn't you?
From the set?
Yes.
Yes.
So after the incident, the law enforcement cleared the scene
Mhm.
and everybody thought it was clear, correct?
Correct.
And so you allowed multiple people to get their personal effects, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't just Ms. Gutierrez-Reed.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that said, I want to ask you, were you aware of the camera crew walking off
Yes.
and they were disgruntled?
Yes.
When did they walk off that set?
I received resignation emails the night before.
Okay. So this was the night before the incident, the night before the shooting.
Mhm.
And these camera crew, and how many of them walked off?
My memory says 6, which was the full team.
So the full team, the full camera crew walked off set. So for the set next day, you have to get a new camera crew.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you in charge of that?
It was a joint effort between myself, my line producer, Gabrielle Pickle, and our producers as well.
Are you and Miss Pickle, do you talk, or on the set, did you talk quite a bit? Did you talk daily?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I don't want to get into hearsay comments, what somebody else said, but were you aware that Miss Gutierrez-Reed had requested additional training of Mr. Baldwin?
For Mr. Baldwin, no.
Okay, you never had that discussion with her?
No.
But do you know whether Miss Pickle did?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. So let's go back. You and a couple more people are trying to get the camera crew. Is that right? And did you get them for the next day?
We did.
Okay. You had to scramble. I mean, that night, is that make calls that night?
Yeah, I was making calls at night and very early the next morning.
The camera crew that walked off because they were disgruntled, did they come to the set that next morning?
They did.
Do you know what they were doing the next morning? Did you watch them or did you see them?
Yeah, I was with them for part of the morning. They were retrieving their own personal effects off of the camera truck.
Okay. Did you see any of them walk around to other parts of set or were they just getting their effects?
From what I remember, they were just around the truck.
Okay. The prop truck, during the day, that was not secured during the days of set. Is that correct?
As far as I know, it was not secured now.
Okay. So during the day that filming goes on, and what are the hours of that generally?
Generally, we would start anywhere between 6 and 7 a.m. and go till 7 or 8 p.m.
Okay. So for approximately that 12 or 13-hour period, whatever it would be, that prop truck was open.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Theoretically, everybody on set could have had access to that prop truck.
Theoretically.
Okay. Now, you said that it was you and the Teamsters that would secure that truck after hours. Is that right?
It would be the department heads and the Teamsters.
Department heads and Teamsters.
Yeah.
Who was the person, the Teamster in particular, that would do that?
I do not remember his name.
Okay. After the shooting, do you remember who that Teamster, who that captain, I think he said was?
I would honestly have to go back through my notes. I cannot remember his name right now.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
And do you have your notes or?
I do not.
That's okay. Okay. So you don't remember his name?
I do not.
Okay. Did you check every night before you left to make sure that prop truck was locked?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to Miss Gutierrez-Reed, my understanding is that you never heard any complaints about her.
I did not.
Okay. And that was the entire time of the rest set?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you also, after the incident, after the shooting, I understand you went into the church approximately 2 days after?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And you were going to remove media?
Yes.
Is that right? Were you trying to assist them to remove the media from the camera to see if anything had been filmed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was with regard to filming of the actual shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to remove that?
I was.
Were you able to determine whether there was any filming?
Of the incident?
Yes.
There was no filming of the incident that was recorded.
Okay. Do you know whether anybody may have had access to that camera after the shooting and before you removed the media?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. When you said there was no filming, are you familiar enough with that camera system to know whether, if they're looking through the monitor, that it has to be rolling?
They can look through the monitor whether it's rolling or not.
Okay. So your knowledge of that camera is they can look through it without it rolling?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that prop truck search, you were present for that search, correct?
I was.
And you also present for that search was Seth Kenny.
Yes, he was there.
Okay. And do you remember why Seth Kenny there? Did he go to provide the code?
No, I think he was there because a lot of the firearms that were there were his. So he was there to be with the sheriff's office.
He was there with the sheriff's office when they arrived?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know whether he was let into the prop truck? Do you recall that?
I do not recall.
Okay. Were you in the truck or outside when the search happened?
Outside.
Did you look inside the back of that truck?
I did.
Did you see that prop cart in the truck?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, if it was in the pictures, would you have any idea why the prop cart was in the prop truck?
I am confused by your question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me ask you this way. If the prop cart was in the prop truck, do you know who must have moved that into the prop truck?
I can make an assumption, but I do not know for sure who would have moved it.
No, don't guess. And
Yeah.
If you don't know, you don't know.
No.
Okay. All right. You indicated you got keys to the locks for the prop truck after the incident.
Yes, sir.
And you said the captain Teamster had one too.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the combo to that gun safe?
No.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about Baldwin and its safety training. Did you ever observe that training that was done with Baldwin?
I saw it from a distance, but I was not close enough to hear anything.
Okay. Did you observe that Baldwin was not really paying attention?
His back was to me and they were up a hill. I do not know.
You don't know that. Okay.
No, sir.
On the set, after it was over for the day, you're aware that Miss Gutierrez Reed, Miss Zachary, everybody had to basically clear out. They had to leave. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So at the end of the day, it's fair to say they weren't accorded time to clean the prop truck because at the end of the day, they needed to go.
Correct.
And during the day, Miss Zachary, because this set's pretty busy.
Yeah.
You're at that. During the day, they're doing their prop jobs and their armor job duties, those kind of things, correct?
Correct.
So there's no time really to go back during the day, take a break and go back and clean everything. And there's not at night either, is there?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Hunter. I don't have it.
Redirect.
Ms. Walters, I want to be clear. Between October 21st and October 27th, did anyone other than Ms. Gutierrez request to get items out of the prop truck?
Not to me. Not to my knowledge.
It was only Ms. Gutierrez that you gave access to the prop truck between the 21st and the 27th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And on the movie set, did you guys hire security guards?
There was 24-hour security at the gate, but they did not walk around on set.
Okay. But if someone were to try to drive in, they would encounter that security guard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this location convenient to get to?
Not really.
Okay. I think you indicated on cross-examination that no one complained to you about Ms. Gutierrez. Do you recall saying that?
I do recall.
Isn't it true that one of the reasons that the camera crew indicated they were leaving was because of the accidental discharges from firearms on set?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. That would be the basis for that.
Well, I'm basically impeaching her because she indicated.
Counsel approach, just you two.
So what is quite interesting about the defense case is that they seem to be suggesting that someone could have gotten in, basically chain of custody, that someone could have gotten into the prop truck, and so whatever was found there is not valid evidence. But I've been to Bonanza Creek Ranch, like I've driven out there, and it's not like you just drive there and then you can drive onto the set and, oh, here's a prop truck and you can hop inside. First of all, there's a gate. So once the set was closed down, right? So after the incident with Helena, after Helena was killed, the production ceased, and so no one was really on set. And you can imagine that no one could get on set because the gates to get there would have been closed. The only way to get there would have been to drive there, jump over the fence, run to the truck, and hopefully the truck has been left unlocked. But this testimony seems to suggest that it wasn't left unlocked. So I guess that's the argument.
Ms. Walters, do you know if one of the reasons that the camera crew left was because of accidental discharges on set?
They cited safety concerns, yes.
Did they specifically say accidental discharges on set?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Bowles asked you about the camera crew coming the following day to collect their belongings.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you indicated that they stayed at the camera truck.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And is the camera truck and the prop truck the same thing?
No.
In your experience, do people on the camera crew frequently bring their own equipment, stands, cables, stuff like that?
Sometimes, yes.
And did they on the set of Rust?
Yes, they did.
Is that your understanding what they were taking?
Yes.
During the day, when filming was going on, was the prop truck being overseen by a driver? A member of the Teamsters that you hired?
He might not have been there all the time, but he was around, yes.
Okay.
So I must say I'm very interested to hear about the prop truck driver, because when I did my coverage, I was quite I was under the impression that, and I could be wrong, but I understood that Hannah and the prop truck driver were pals. So I wonder whether we'll get confirmation of that. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for that. Appreciate it.
And I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about your experience. How many films or productions, or even TV is fine, have you been the unit production manager on? Prior to this?
Prior to this, 3 or 4.
And did any of those other productions?
I must say that's not a lot. I must also say, I wasn't actually sure. I'd heard her name quite often. I'd seen her name quite often, Catherine Rowe Walters, but I wasn't quite sure who she was in terms of what she looked like. I'm a little bit surprised to see it's someone that appears to be quite young and also quite inexperienced. She says she's only worked on about 3 or 4 productions.
Productions have an armorer.
They did not.
This was the first production you worked on that had an armorer.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That's an important point.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Now, what's quite interesting, I don't know if you saw there, that the defense lawyer was on his phone. He was texting or reading something on his phone while Kerry Morrissey was questioning the witness. I can't say I've seen that before. I can't say I've seen the opposing counsel on their phone, and then when it's their turn to cross-examine, they basically go from phone to cross-examination.
Just real briefly, I asked you earlier about, you were saying that you don't remember, you couldn't see if Mr. Baldwin was paying attention during that training.
Correct.
You recall in your pretrial interview that you did indicate he wasn't paying attention?
I had been told he wasn't paying attention. I did not physically see it.
Okay, so, and I don't want to get into the hearsay comment.
Sure.
So, but you didn't see it yourself?
I did not.
Okay. With regard to the, with regard to the accidental discharges, were you aware that there was a discharge with special effects?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Deborah, I can't give you advice on that. I did catch her saying that. I can't really comment. I'm not quite sure what that's about. So sorry about that. Now, you can imagine this was a huge opportunity for someone like her, in terms of you got this A-list, I don't know, is he an A-list celebrity, but with a big shot celebrity like Alec Baldwin, you can put that on your resume. Are you going to really want to be critical of Alec Baldwin? Are you going to want to add to the investigation, given that your career was riding high? This is the biggest wave that you've caught so far. Can anyone here read lips through a notepad? Welcome, welcome. Shall we jump ahead a little bit further and further? There you have it. I'm just not quite sure why she would do that to her own witness. Oh, that's good to hear. Thanks a lot. I'm gonna give my own content a listen, and if I feel it's too serious, the sound issues, then I'm going to terminate I'm not going to continue covering this. So I'm going to, over the weekend, just listen to some of my own live streams. I do have a lot of microphones that I bought, soundproofing all over here. And I've got, as I say, other microphones, headphones as well. They're just very hot. The headphones are hot to wear. They sort of cover your ears, and it's just very hot. But I might try those in a Van Gogh Letters live stream and see what folks say listening to that.
Sure, you all are doing it as well.
But if I'm just saying, if I feel that it's a serious problem, I'm not going to continue doing a live stream coverage of this trial.
Well, counsel, you're doing the same thing I'm doing, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You're reminding your witnesses not to watch court TV?
Yes.
Okay.
And we did mention experts, but other than that.
No experts were included.
At the start, Your Honor, we talked about experts being able to watch.
Oh, I didn't understand it that way.
I think that we agree that our experts get to watch
Oh, okay,
because
that's fine.
they
Okay.
would be allowed in the courtroom.
So that's quite interesting. They even having a bit of a debate about who's allowed to watch the live stream, and you can imagine there's a heck of a lot of interest in this. This is a court case about a movie set, and this is a little bit of a ongoing soapy about what really happened. And I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people who are supposed to testify that want to know what is being said, who's being brought up, what is being discussed.
Yeah, okay, I misunderstood. So, anyone that's not an expert witness, please do not get on court TV to watch, what has preceded you, because we invoke the exclusion rule.
Yeah, Barbara, you can see the sound I'm getting from here is on maximum. And I must say it's fine in my ear. I can hear it fine. But the issue is you guys. If it's not working for you guys, then there's not really a point in doing it. I wouldn't say sedated. I would say this. Do you guys agree? Thanks a lot, Alf. That certainly does. Thank you.
Okay, jury, so like I said, it's your lucky Friday. So, you're getting recessed, and please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't be looking at any news media accounts or any type of account, and anybody, and TikTok or whatever. And don't Google anything about the Rust situation, the production or anything, or about the trial, and don't do any research. Okay, all right. Have a very rested weekend. We'll see you Monday at 8:30. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
And you know where to go on Monday.
Okay, well, it looks like it's an early adjournment. I must say I'm quite happy about that myself, because it means I'll be able to go to sleep before midnight. So what do you guys think? How are the prosecutors doing vis-a-vis the defense?
Don't forget to get those exhibits, what were they, K?
Yeah,
K2?
Josh.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We're in recess. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. Okay, so again, which side do you think is so far, just we're on day 2, kind of laying on the better case? And I've got to say, I thought the prosecution's opening statements were better, but not a lot better, but maybe 8 out of 10 compared to 6, 7 out of 10. And then today, I didn't feel the prosecution were very organized. I thought the defense very skillfully took the ball and ran with it. And so I don't know. Certainly, I would give day 1 to the prosecution. I would give day 2 to the defense. Let's see what you guys say. Thanks a lot, Marin. Appreciate that. Alf says, I like the defense attorney. I must say, he does have a soft-spoken, charming charisma. At the same time, I think, is quite shrewd and sharp. And I think that charisma can catch you off guard. And I think it did today. Sun says the prosecution are edging it. Okay. Francisca says, I like the state. Eleni says, I think the defense is doing a good job from what I've seen. I think Jason Bowles is doing a good job. His co-counsel doesn't. I'm not wowed by his co-counsel. I feel like the 2 prosecutors are both quite strong. So.
Okay, so we've had a ton of.
It is a good defense lawyer, right? Gina says, I know I'm biased. Thinking defensive is helpful, but I know I'm biased to the prosecution. Well, if you know what you're biased, that's part of the, that's one. I don't know why I'm just struggling to express myself. That's half the battle won. It's important to know and to realize you are biased, but then also to be open-minded to the other side, right? That's what we're trying to do, certainly on this channel. I don't know about you guys, but I was definitely disappointed with the cell phone evidence. I mean, I feel like I found more cell phone evidence than has been actually presented at trial. And I might actually show you guys some of what I found if I can find it. Let's see if I can. So I'm going to the 101 episode Rust playlist. And I might as well show it to you on screen so you can see what I'm looking at. Let's just do that. So you want to look at this column here. Not quite sure how to. Maybe I can show it like that. There we go. And what we want to look for here is the text from Hannah. So there's one dealing with text. So it's a pretty long video though, but that's one we can maybe look at. And let's see if there's text from Hannah specifically. So here's highlights from Hannah's latest affidavit. So someone mentioned you want to read the affidavit. Well, some of these episodes in the playlist do highlight the affidavit. This is a 15-minute long one, maybe worth looking at. But there you've got an excerpt from the affidavit. Hannah confronted Sarah on the accidental discharge, wanted to know what had happened, and indicated that they would need to tell production about it and that it could impact Sarah's ability to handle weapons on set. The other thing that I thought was quite interesting in this today's hearing was that no one had complained about Hannah. Because it seemed like Hannah and Sarah didn't really get along, right? Anyway, let's see if we can find specifically Hannah's texts. So there's a video about don't take any photos, don't text your friends, let's keep this contained. I just want to see if there's one that is more pertinently about texts. Let's keep looking. Here we go. Here we go. But these are texts between Baldwin and Hutchins. Wonder if we can find texts with Hannah. Yeah, you have Alec Baldwin provided data from his cell phone to law enforcement a few days ago, and that is, when was that? Well, it was very late in the game. Let's continue through this. I must say, I remember dealing with text. I just don't see any in terms of Hannah's text. Armorer's version of events, Baldwin hops back onto Twitter. It's not really telling us anything. Shall we have a quick look at these texts here? Secret text reveal frantic Russ said. Should we have a look at that?
Talk ago. We weren't going to hang out and chit chat or whatever. She knew that the clock was the enemy. We have to move forward.
Hello and welcome to True Crime Rocket Science, the most authentic voice in true crime. In this episode, we're going to look at an excellent long-form article published in the LA Times dated November 20th, 2 short weeks before Baldwin's rebuttal, essentially on ABC, who had been hired as the movie's property master, end quote. Now, between the two, Sarah Zachary was more accomplished, but if Hannah was a specialist with a specialist background when it came to guns and ammo, Sarah was a kind of generalist. Going back to the LA Times, quote, Sarah worked as a cardiovascular technician before entering the film industry, the prop assistant rather than the prop master. The friend. So look at this. And I think this comes from how possibly texts were analyzed. Sarah Zachary expressed several times to a friend in the film business that she wasn't sure she was ready for such a big job. And so here you have Sarah herself expressing insecurity about her own role, and the friend said, well, her hesitancy showed her humble nature. And I really would like to see Sarah Zachary testify. I wonder if she will. But compare this humble person to Hannah. Do you think they got along? Do you think that they were good friends? Does Hannah come across as humble? And so let's look at that. If you just look at that picture, does Hannah come across as someone sort of filled with humility? So what's also interesting is they were supposed to work together, Sarah and Hannah, and Sarah ended up turning to her fiance's sister for help instead of to Hannah. And so what's quite interesting is Nicole Montoya is identified as a prop assistant, except she's not officially on the crew of the Rust production. So you can see that there's a heck of a lot of newbies on this production. You know, there are a heck of a lot of people who are, for the lack of a better term, green, right? And then right next to the green people are the gray people, the veterans. And then, you know, you have some that are somewhere in the middle, fairly big actors, but they're still trying to make a name for themselves. But then, of course, Alec Baldwin at the top of the pile. But if you think about Catherine Rowe Walters, does she seem like someone who, if Alec Baldwin said, let's do this, do you think she would stand up to him? So anyway, these texts aren't really telling us too much about Hannah, are they? So look at that. Seth urged Hannah not to report Sarah's accidental discharge to the Rust production office. And he suggested to her directly that she'd slipped up. Now, that's the kind of text that I don't think we've seen. You know, why didn't we see that text? In other words, the text where Seth tells Hannah, you've slipped up, and she responds to that, excuse me, not in a very nice way. So this is the actual verbiage of the text. Don't forget, Sarah's your boss. Don't push it. And then how does she respond? Did this happen? Did Seth see this happening? Or did this happen on the set and Sarah or Hannah told Seth about this? And so Seth went on to say, don't forget Sarah's your boss. Don't push it, right? That's another text sent by Seth to Hannah. In other words, let it go. Don't say anything. And reduction to tattle, meaning. So here is one of the things I'm looking for. And so this is apparently a text Hannah wrote. Excuse you, what mistakes do you think I'm making? Now, again, do you remember what you said earlier? Is Sarah a kind of a humble person? And she's the boss of Hannah. Do you think Hannah's a kind of a humble person? And she says, we'll tell production about what? And then she says, you think I'm running to production to tattle? If Sarah doesn't like me when I barely said anything about it, you can come back and finish the show. I'm not going to stay where I'm a effing problem. Now, it's a thing like this that I'm kind of sitting here wondering, how come that wasn't part of this hearing? Because it wasn't. And maybe it's going to be brought back later on, because she did say, the prosecutor did say she's sort of reserving that witness. So maybe this will be brought when the narrative, goes perhaps into that territory again. So I might be jumping the gun. But what is being revealed here is Hannah basically alluding to a work relationship that's not very, they're not bosom buddies. I don't think they really hang out after work. And you even have Hannah saying, you know what, if you're going to complain, I'm going to just abandon the show. I'm not going to stay where I'm going to be an effing problem. And so these are her own words, basically admitting that there was some unhappiness around issues that were taking place. And you can see from the semantics that are used, these are youngsters. They're dealing with this in sort of colloquial language. And what needed to happen here was they needed a mature armorer, right? A mystery singer says, I wish Hannah had left. Tattletale, right? And so in other words, I'm not going to be running to tell them what happened. I'm not going to report what happened. And then she went on and wrote, if Sarah doesn't like me when I barely said anything about it, you can come back and finish the show. I'm not going to stay where I'm a effing problem, end quote. And so she's kind of feeling like she's a problem because she wants to say something about it, right? Isn't that the case? So what we see is very clearly not only a reluctance, but a fear of reporting mishaps. Another point to mention is that PDQ Arm and Prop clearly had a vested interest in keeping the show on the road. One way of achieving that, someone may have figured, was to keep mishaps and misfires on the down low. Based on the article, his statement that is repeated in the article, Seth said, there is no industry-wide reporting criteria when it comes to injury-free on-set accidental discharges. Regardless, Sarah did the right thing. She'd already self-reported and was accountable for her actions, end quote. And so he's trying to make the case that she was accountable, that the right communication did occur. But was she? Was the communication right? Seth seems to take the position that no one did anything wrong and that the accidental shooting in the church a few days later wasn't an accident waiting to happen. In effect, though, the same whitewashing of Sarah shooting herself in the foot feels like it's playing out on a larger scale in the aftermath of Elena's death, doesn't it? There are a handful of crew who are sticking to their guns, insisting things weren't right. But there's a majority who are still playing the whole thing as a little house on the prairie. The set was perfect. Everything was fine and dandy, even in the face of a young woman's death. And we get this from the Rust Movie Productions official statement from the producers, who said in a statement, quote, "The safety of our cast and crew is the top priority of Rust Productions and everyone associated with the company." But I think the reality was safety clearly wasn't the top priority, just as we've seen during the last year or two during this pandemic. The top priority is what you'd expect it to be: money and jobs, reputation, image, but money in particular. And we'll explore that side of things in more detail in the next analysis. Okay, so some of the headlines today include this one: Rust trial armorer's texts allude to marijuana use on night before shooting. So we've already covered that territory. If we go to this from the Daily Beast, and this is from April 25th, 2022. Yeah, it refers to newly released text. She got someone killed, right? And so I actually thought there were texts, screen grabs of those texts. Anyway, it refers to serious management failures. Just trying to see. So this might be brought up at a later date, but can you see over here? Davis writes that Reed didn't do her job properly, and she had plenty of time to do so because we had extra time that morning while camera was off. So she can say what she wants about training time, but it's not why. And look at that. She killed Helena. And then this as well, I guess this is also from text. There are protocols in place that would have prevented Helena's death if Hannah had been following them. And so that same issue applies to other people like Alec Baldwin. And so look at that. She broke so many of these protocols by her own admission. And so that's certainly one way of looking at this. I just want to see who made these comments. It's someone, costume designer called Davis. Quite an interesting article, this. Someone clearly not very happy with Hannah and blames Hannah. I just want to make sure what her name is. In her conversation with Davis, Zachary writes, "I can't believe Hannah said her department denied her more training time with the guns. I had the same amount of time to prep as her." So quite an interesting article, this particular one. And those are texts between Sarah Zachary and the costume designer, Therese Davis. So if you guys want to read this, definitely worth reading. But can you see how it feels like we haven't really touched on all of the texts? And some of those texts one can also read over here, as far as I know. Here's one of them. This is between Seth and Hannah. And this is specifically the text that I thought we were going to see. And as I say, we might see them later in the trial. And Seth says, accidental discharges are accidents. A mistake is where the armorer provides a gun and full load ammo to be fired. Will you tell production about that? Now, I'm not sure if that is referring to an actual incident. He says, we learn and move on, and don't forget she's your boss, don't push it. And then this is how she responds. And you kind of get a sense of petulance, that it's quite difficult to reason with her. Then there's also, I just want to see if there's another text coming out of this. Here's another one. I can't quite see the end of this, but I think it's, what should I be confessing to? And then I think Seth responds, go and talk to the police, tell them everything, answer every question down to what you had for breakfast. You're young, certainly not green or inexperienced, with period weapons, but did you get rolled over by the set system? I think you did, and you're too proud to say that. In other words, was she a bit overwhelmed by the situation that she was in? Had you been partnered up with a truly professional assistant director, none of this would have happened. As far as I know, something else that's part of the fine print of this case is that Hannah, when Hannah was initially put forward by Seth Kenny, as far as I remember, as far as I understand it, Seth was regarded as, maybe officially or unofficially, probably unofficially, as Hannah's mentor. And it does seem like Seth is mentoring her through a crisis. The question is, was Seth a mentor? Also, if he was a mentor, was he part of the official Rust production crew? Was he paid to mentor her? Answer, no, as far as I know. So maybe he was an unofficial mentor. And I guess you could also say, why would Hannah need a mentor? Well, doesn't it seem like she did need a mentor? Didn't it seem like she was being mentored, right? So anyway, here, had you been partnered up with a truly professional assistant director, none of this would have happened. That true professional would have supported your safe efforts. And so Seth is blaming Dave Halls. No ADs ever to touch a gun. How many times had he grabbed guns from you? He says, you're tough, but there's always someone out there that's more intimidating. Who are you to question him? Please think about this, take some time. And then let's just see if there's another text. Doesn't look like it. I just want to go to this article from the Daily Mail. And this article is from the 19th of January last year. And I just want to see if there's some texts over here. Oh, it's just so hard to even read what's going on here. There's a very different view of Hannah Gutierrez Reed closer to the time. Very different to the Hannah we see now. Look at Hannah over here with the head down, basically sleeping in the interrogation cubicle. Had she gotten enough sleep, right? And you have some of those texts again. You think I'm some effing rat or something? You think I'm going to run to production to tattle? So definitely some discord on set. Things not hunky-dory. So yeah, so basically, like I'm saying, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see some of those texts, but they may be being held back for later on. So I guess we'll see. Okay, so we at the 6-hour 20 mark. This is a long live, but certainly shorter than yesterday. Yesterday was really long. It's midnight now here. I think we kept going till about 2 o'clock in the morning my time yesterday. So I just want to go through some of your last comments. The drunken tarot just says wow, wow, wow. Yeah, Joel Souza was the director. Charles Silver says, was she or anyone drug tested? Answer, no. The mystery singer says the fact that Hannah texted her dad asking for a pic of their dummy rounds is proof. She says that Hannah brought bullets on set. They did not check bullets. Okay, but mystery singer, we really don't want to be making unambiguous pronouncements of guilt, right? That's not our job. That's the jury's job. So just be a little bit careful making those sort of statements. But you are right, that is quite important, and that's something we also haven't seen. Hannah's text to her father. Wonder whether we can bring that up. Seems like her father suggested the whole sabotage thing. Just want to see if we can see that text here. No. But these headlines are definitely quite interesting. Look at that. Anyway, this is also an important headline. Let's just quickly look at that. Rust Armorer says ammunition supplier took live rounds from previous movie, provided them to Alec Baldwin film before deadly shooting. Low budget film. It had rushed. Okay. Okay, so I think that's it from my side. Just the last couple of comments here. Terry says, my question is, why be so disorganized on your first big break into the industry? I don't think, I don't think she wanted to be disorganized. I think anyone who's being rushed, and there's a lot of pressure, is going to lead to disorganization. And also, probably you want to have some fun. You want to go out at night and celebrate, and things are going to start accumulating, right? Thanks a lot, Deborah. Appreciate that. Valerie says drug use is rampant. Yeah, and that is a really serious oversight. I think it's very unfortunate they didn't do a drug test. Yes, so Hannah previously appeared in didn't appear. Hannah worked in a Nicolas Cage movie. I actually covered that in my playlist, and there were some problems there as well. There were some problems there too. right? And look at this headline. It's not from my favorite source, but look at that. You just blew my effing eardrums out. Nicolas Cage left movie set after armorer almost killed his hearing with recklessness. A little bit of a sensational headline there, but you get the message. This one's a little bit of a better source, I think. Rust armorer caused Nicolas Cage to storm off set for firing gun without warning. So there were issues with her on other sets, right? Infuriated star Nicolas Cage on a previous film. So I wonder whether we're going to have Nicolas Cage testifying. Anyway, I think that's enough from my side. Like I said, I'm going to evaluate the sound quality, and we'll see what comes from that. From that, Gina says, "Thanks, Nick. It's funny how someone outside the US." Oh, that's good to hear. Remember, I was actually inside the US. I actually did visit Bonanza Creek. Was actually right there. So I think that is quite interesting. Wonder if I can actually show you some photos of that right now. I just don't think I've got them. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you guys next time.
Recharged has maintained his innocence.
Everything is in her direction. She's guiding me through how she wants me to hold the gun for this angle. And I draw the gun out and I find a mark. I draw the gun out, I find a cut. And what's really urgent is everything is in her.
So I do want to leave, but I want to leave you with this interesting comment from Alec Baldwin himself. He says, everything is at her direction. So who do you think Alec thinks is responsible?
Everything is in her direction. She's guiding me through how she wants me to hold the gun for this angle. And I draw the gun out and I find a mark. I draw the gun out, I find a cut. And what's really urgent is the gun wasn't meant to be fired in that angle.
Hello and welcome. Okay, so that's it from me. Thanks very much, everyone, for being here. Mods, especially Chelsea, who I think you were here from the beginning till the end. Thank you so much. The next Van Gogh should be tomorrow. So similar time to today, probably whatever the time is now, 2 hours earlier. That'll probably be the time. Thanks, Len Lippy. Okay. Again, thanks, mods. Also, Terry Dean as well. Thank you very much. Welcome to new members, new subscribers. And again, thanks very much for the super chats. Those who gave some criticism about the sound, I'm going to look into that. We'll see where that takes us. Anyway, it's Friday night. I hope you have a good evening, sleep well, and have a good weekend. Okay. If you're curious about this case, go through the 100 episode playlist. Choose a couple of things that stand out to you. There's a lot of background and backstory in those 100 episodes. So if over the weekend you feel curious head over to the playlist and check those out. Okay, from me, take care.